On Ayurveda, revisiting traditional medical wisdom in the light of modern science and technology. And we have two wonderful speakers in this session, Dr. Mradu Gupta and Professor Shomen Das. We will start with Dr. Mradu Gupta's speech. He is a professor of Dravya Guna, IPGAER Kolkata. He has finished his BAMS from Lucknow University in 1990. Oh, sorry. Yeah. She has finished her MD Ayurveda in Dravya Guna Vigyan from Calcutta University. And we have three moderators here, Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee, Professor Shantanu Dhara, and Professor Gayatri Mukherjee. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Mradu Gupta.
Hello.
Yeah. So we'll request Professor Jyotirmoy sir, to please introduce the panel and go to the session. Sir.
So we are very happy that we have with us Professor Mradu Gupta. Actually, people are now trying to understand this traditional healing art, the ancient healing art, the Ayurveda, from the modern medical science, from the dimensions of the different dimensions of modern science and technology. So here Professor Mradu Gupta has developed a lot of modern medical science research laboratories in Kolkata and developed different medicine, herbal medicine characterized by the modern techniques. So we'll hear from her about the development of the herbal medicine with modern characterization, and also we shall try to understand the Prakriti, concept of Prakriti as per Ayurveda, and which has been again evaluated by the concept of Ayurgenomics. So modern genomics learning from the Ayurveda. So today we shall get some information from her regarding herbal medicine characterized by the modern techniques, and also the concept of Prakriti, which has been again people are trying to evaluate from the concept of the genomics. So here Professor Mradu Gupta, the head of the Institute of Postgraduate Medical Ayurvedic Medical Research in Kolkata. Thank you, Professor Mradu Gupta.
Ma'am, over to you now.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Just for that. Yes, sir. Namaskar to all of you. And first I would like to thanks to the organizing committee, especially Director of IIT Kharagpur, Professor Tiwari sir, and Professor Joy Sen, and the Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee sir, and the scholars, especially the Mitali and the other scholars, and the staff of this organizing committee. First of all, when I received the invitations from your department, I was very much excited to present physically in your international seminar in IIT. But unfortunately, I was unable to come and physically to present our science in front of you. Because due to my son, he was admitted into the MD hospital due to the acute gastroenteritis. And today at 1 o'clock, he has been discharged from this hospital. And within 1 hour, I have prepared, after the so many requesting from the Mitali and the Jyotirmoy Chatterjee sir. So I will try to explain my subjects. And I think nobody knows about very few people do know about the Institute of Postgraduate Ayurvedic Education and Research at SBSB. And in Bengali, some people know the Shyamadas Vachaspati Hospital. That means it is a very old institute, and recently it has been completed the 100 years in the 2021. And the foundation was given by the Shyamadas ji, Motilal Nehru, and Previously, it was into the organization, and after that, 1971, government has taken over and started the only PG institute. This is the only government PG institute, and the other undergraduate institute. And it is situated into the Raja Bazar, opposite to the Raja Bazar Science College, where we are providing the all types of the facilities to the patient, having the 100-bedded hospitals and all diagnostic tools, and providing the Ayurvedic treatment, especially Panchkarma and the Tharshut and the general treatment into the OPD and IPD. Sir, are you hearing me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We are all here with you.
Okay, sir. Then the subject, this is the first I explain the introductions of my institute, and next is the subjects of the Ayurveda, revisiting traditional medical wisdom in the light of the modern science and technology. So first, I will try to explain my subjects previously first, because we should have to know what is the Ayurveda and how does the medicine and how does we cure the patients are treating by the Ayurvedic medicines. So first, introduction is considered the botanical garden of the world, and most of the 8,000 species are used as the medicinal and depends upon the increased biodiversities, and most of the medicinal plants are exported to the all over India. And if you know about the Ayurveda, this system has come from the Brahma to Ashwani, Daksh Prajapati for the Ashwani, and the Bhagwan Dhanvantri, and to the different, the Charak Samhita and the Sushruta Samhita, the origin of the Charak and the Sushruta, they are the main historical physicians of this science. And if we can say, this is also the related to the Upaveda, and it comes from the Atharveda and the Upaveda of the science of our religious systems. Now, what is the aim and objective of this subject? That is the main aim, Swastha Swastha Rakshanam Aturas Vikar Prasmanam Cha. And this is the main aim to how to prevent the disease and how to cure the disease. First is the prevention. First, we should have to prevent. And then this system depends upon what are the physiological factors, which has been already explained into the Charak Samhita in the 1000 years ago. Sam dosha samagnisha sam dhatu malkiriya prasan atmendriya mana swasti iti abhidhyate. I think you people think because it has been written into the Sanskrit and translated into the many languages. So some dosha, these physiological factors which is found into our body, and some Agni, which is the digestive power found into the equilibrium study, and Dhatu is a metabolic conditions of the air and the waste products, and which keeps the person into the healthy condition, into the Atma and the Man. That is that person is called the Swasth, is the healthy person. And if you believe this, how this science is treated to the patients, this is it has been already mentioned, the 8 branches of the Ayurveda. That is the Kai Chikitsa, we can say in correlate with the medical science, in the internal medicine. Kumar Ved, it is a pediatrics. Salya Tantra is a surgery. Salakya Tantra is a ENT. Bhut Vidya is a microbiology. Agat Tantra is a toxicology. Rasayan Tantra is a geriatrics, and the Vajikarak is a aphrodisiac. And this subject was already established into the ancient time, and they are treating the patient according their disease in their different branches. And now we know about Professor Chatterjee has already explained the Prakriti, and what is the Prakriti and where is it comes. That means the Sarva Dravya Panchbhautik Asmin Arthe. That means in the living and the non-living items and the things which made up of the 5 elements which we know, the Panch Mahabhut, and Jal, Prithvi, Agni, Vayu, and the Akash. And these composition, these Panch Mahabhut is the main physiological factors in the treatment of the Ayurveda system of the medicines. And these Panch Mahabhut, which we can responsible for the productions of the cough, production of the pith, and production of the bath. That means the Vata, Pitta and Kapha, these are the three main physiological factors which is found into the body in the equilibrium state, and if they aggravate or decrease, which produce the disease. And these factors which product from the Panch Mahabhut. And these tridosh which is also effective, because Ayurveda system believe in the Ahar, Vihar, Dincharya and the Ratri Charya. Because we know this Ritu we have to take this food, this Vyayam we should have to do, and these factors which are directly related to increase or decrease the tridoshas and which are responsible for the health. And this slide is showing the different parameters which I have already explained in the previously, Vata, Pitta and the Kapha. And if grossly we can understand that the Vata is responsible for the nervous activities and transportations of the any items from the body. And the Pitta is responsible for the digestive power and the metabolic pathways. And the Kapha which provide the stability and the structure of the body, and these three factors also constitute the Prakriti. Prakriti is also the 7 types of the Prakriti which is mentioned into the Ayurveda: Vata, Pitta and Kapha, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and single Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and twice Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and the Tridoshas Prakriti, Dvidoshas and the Tridoshas. This is the terminology: Ekdoshas, Dvidoshas and the Tridoshas. These are the 7 types of the constituents which is found into the human beings. And if you can find out the drug which is also made up of the Panch Mahabhut, because there are different types of the rasas which is mentioned into the Tikta ras, Kasai ras, Katu ras, Amla ras, Lavan ras, Madhu ras. These rasas which are also originated from the Panch Mahabhut and responsible for the dosas. This is the general Tridosh and the Panch Mahabhut correlations. And if we can find out the present scenery of the Ayurvedic formulation, that if you can add, that is the 150 years we have prepared the medicines into the thoroughly in the systematic way, and the people are using these medicine into the commercial basis. It is gradually has been increased, because in the modern science which has been developed into the after 1930, and previously it was already established in this system. Now, what is the main definitions of the modern science as a WHO guideline? The drug, what is the meaning of the drug? That is any substance or product that is used or intended to be used to modify or to explore physiological systems and the pathological state for the benefit of the recipient. If I should have to follow the modern guideline, which is very much difficult to establish the Ayurvedic drugs and following the all parameters, because the Ayurvedic drugs is having the multi-components, and the modern drug which is isolated in most of the medicinal isolated from the medicinal plant into the single molecules. But these are the guidelines which should have to maintain. Now, if we can find out in the historical background about the medicinal plants history, that means that if we can more than 4 lakhs medicinal plants are identified in the world, and 2.5 lakhs are the angiosperms, 45,000 medicinal plants identified into the India, and 8,000 medicinal plants are used in India. 800 mostly medicinal plants are used as a medicine in India. These are and the 731 medicinal plant are used in the folk medicines. And the modern science, if you can find out, this is the reported data. In the 55 medicinal plants used in the modern science, they are isolating the compounds and prepare the medicines accordingly. In homeopathic, these are also the isolated the compounds and keep it into the alcohol. This is also 164 medicinal plants are used in this year. And this is the subject related to the botany, because each plant belongs to the different family wise, and this slide is showing how many families and how many genres are having the medicinal plant which has been used. And here if we can find out the medicinal plant, because The Ayurveda system is depends upon the three types of the medicine, which is the herbal medicine. Second types is the mineral medicine. Third types of the medicine is the animal product. That is also the very use. And fourth type is a herbo-mineral animal products, herbo-animal products. This is the compound formulations of the drug. So next, the medicinal plant, 20% of the out of total medicinal plant used into the Ayurveda, 8% in Unani, and the mostly 52% of the medicinal plant used as the folk medicines. And if we know about the shrub, herbs, and the trees, and which types of the plants we are collecting the medicinal plants from the different source of the different structure of the plants. And we believe why are we using the root of the sarpagandha? Why are we using the root of the ashwagandha? We are using the whole plants. That means that each plants have the so many structure. That means that each plant is having the potency. But the root, we are using the root, that means the which indicates that this plant's part is having the more potent than the other parts. So this slide is showing that 29% of the roots are used as a medicines and 16% as the whole plants, 14% is a bark, 10% is a flower, and this is general instruction. This slide is very much interesting about the history of the Indian system of medicines. If we can find medicinal plant is already have been using since ancient time. The 60 in the Rig Veda, the 67 name of the 67 medicinal plant has been mentioned. 81 in the Ayurveda, 219 medicinal plant into the Atharveda, 400 into the Charak Samhita, 573 in the Sushu Samhita, Dhanvantri, and different classical books they have mentioned, and gradually they have increased the number of medicinal plants on the basis of the identifications. And the previously, before using the medicinal plant, now the new subject is the pharmacognosy, which we have to utilize, because pharmacognosy is a very important identifications, chemistry, phytochemical chemistry, and the pharmacology and preclinical study of these plants is also required. And this slide is showing these are the common modern molecules which have been isolated from this plant. It's a vinblastine, vincristine, taxol, silymarin, podophylotoxin, camplotoxin, digitoxygenin, gitotoxygenin, codeine, aspirin, atropine, pilocarpine, artemisinin, ephedrine, and the curcumin. These are the more than 100 plants molecules are isolated and are using in the modern science. Here is a, if we can found, actually this is also the very important, this science identifications. Identification of medicinal plant is very much important, because you have to find out the adulteration and the substitute, which is directly related to the pharmacovigilance into the modern science. And this slide is showing the which parts of the plant is used for the disease. And next is if you can think over this, and that time there was no microscope, nothing, instrument, nothing. How did they classify the medicinal plants, and how did they find out the synonyms, and how did they give the name of this plant? These are the factors which is responsible. They have given the name of the place of the origin, Jeta Magadhi, Dravini, Saurashtri, Vatsak. And this is the Gandha, Ashwagandha, Durgandha, Gandha Prasharni, Sarpagandha, having the specific type of the gandha. Onion, they have given the Durgandha name, they have given the Sanskrit name is a Durgandha. That means the different types of the pungent type of the smell is found. And this is the, just like in the modern science, they have classified the medicines on the basis of the different pharmacological actions. Here they have classified the dravyas into the different criteria on the Ayurvedic point of view. Last one, you can also find out the drugs. In the, we are saying into the drug, but in the Ayurveda terms, it is called the drug. That means the which is also characterized into the bath, pitta, and the cough. This is the slide which is directly, which I have already explained into the all living creatures and inanimate. This is the which is directly related to the bath pitta and the cough. And these physiological factors which I have already explained into the Sam Dosha, Samagnisha, Sam Dhatu, Malkirya. So that means the Sapt Dhatu, which I would like to explain, Ras, Rakt, Mans, Med, Asti, Majja and Shukr. And these Dhatu which originate first the Ras from the digestive juice. Whatever we are taking, what are the divided into the two parts? First is a Ras, and second is the amras. That means the ras, which is the digested and transferred to the Rakta Dhatu, Mans, Asti, Majja and the Shukra. And which is the undigested food which circulated for one part is goes to the waste product, and the other part which is having the solid part and the small molecules which circulate and produce the disease as per the based on the immunity of the specific body parts. So these are the ye. And third thing is that previously they have already explained the Mutra, Purish and the Swet. These are the pharmacological activity properties in the drug Ras, Guna, Vipak and the bees. On the basis of this, we are characterize the drugs and providing to the patients. And now the pharmacological standardization, it is the guideline which has been mentioned into the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, because first nowadays it is all people believe into the safety and the efficacy of the drug, not into the drug, in the each items, in the living, into the non-living items, in the food items and whatever items. If we purchase the bread, then we can find out the expiry date. So that means these parameters which are directly related to the establish the safety and efficacy of the Ayurvedic drugs as per the following the modern guideline, and to establish, and also the stability of this drug is also required. These are the parameters for the chemical analysis, the common modern science to find out the first primary study to alkaloids, steroids, flavonoids, tannin and glycosides and the and the further study is a spectroscopy analysis and chromatography analysis, and these analysis we are doing in regular basis for the MD scholars and the PhD scholars to establish their research drug and to provide the safety and efficacy drug to the patients. And the Charak Samhita, in that time they have already mentioned the abundant definitions of the ideal drug. With the previously definition I have told about the WHO, but in the Charak they have already explained about the abundant supply. बहुत ज़्यादा supply, wide applicability होना चाहिए, and this drug can be used in the different processes and dependent and full of the properties and the qualities. And what are the safety parameters? That sir has already explained about the Prakriti, Gunas. That these are the Sanskrit terminology, and you can find out the deshas. Deshas means the place of the origin of the drug. That is also important. Collection of the drug, and the modern science they advise these collections of the plants in different places, and they give the different results of the presence of the chemical compounds. And the Ayurveda they have already explained about the collection of the drug on the basis of the Ritu. Manner and method of the preservation, method of the preparation of the medicaments, matra and dosage is also the required. It has not been mentioned into the Ayurveda the milligram per kg body weight, but it has been already in the previously the medicine was prescribed into the powder form, nowadays into the tablet and the capsule form, and they have standardized the drugs using the preclinical data. And these are the parameters which previously we have used into the safety parameters in Ayurveda. Now the safety in the fundamental principle in the provision of the herbal medicine and herbal products for healthcare and the critical components of the quality. This slide has already I have explained what is the importance of the safety. In these, the safety guideline which has been already mentioned by the Ayush system, because Drug and Cosmetic Acts in 1940, they have already explained and upgrade time to time and mentioned the definition of the spurious drugs, and the adulterant drugs, substitutes drugs, what are the parameters required, which types of the aqueous extract is required, what are the books, what are the classical medicine which has been mentioned into the schedule E, and TKDL. What is the TKDL? This is the traditional knowledge of the digital library, which is also important. I will explain into the later on manuscriptology. And GMP in my institute, if the somebody is interested to visit my institute, please come and visit. And you can also find out the manuscripts, the 24,000 of the manuscripts, which is prepared into the patra, which is into the leaves into the both sides. But we are unable to understand the year. So this is the, I have done the all digitalization of the manuscripts, but the translate is required. And I am searching for the Sanskrit and the other manuscript master. They can help me. That will be fine to understand the what is written into the manuscript. And the GMP, standard operative procedure, good clinical practice, and the good storage practice, Indian patent system, and our government of India has also prepared the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, and also the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia for the single herb, for the polyherb formulation, for the compound preparation. They have given the standard data. So then everyone can use the standard data and GMP guideline, and they will get the license accordingly. Previously, there was no system of the license, drug license. Nowadays, the GMP certified company is provide medicines to the hospitals and the others. Animals, we should also have to follow the preclinical study, clinical study, protection and the cultivation of the endangered species, awareness of the Ayurvedic health camp, and then pharmacovigilance and the genomic, that is the related to the constitution of the person. Now, this is the definition of the purity. First, we should have to find out the purity means the ash value, contamination, that is the very important subject, and the heavy metal detection. Due to the application of the improved analytical method, we should also find out the microbial contamination, aflatoxins and radioactivity, and the pesticide. Because these are the common, because if we keep the powder form, it will keep the plants into the non-environmental condition, that will produce the some defect, some decrease the quality of the medicine, and these are the different analytical method which is prepared. And there's some specific factors which is responsible for the qualitative and quantitative chemical profile changes. Geographical, genotype, parts of the plants. We are also using the substitute of the, if the leaves are not available, then we are using the stem, we are using the other parts, root and the root works, harvesting time, storage process, combinations of, if we are mixing the compound, these are more effective and these are the less effective. This is also indications into the Ayurveda, and also the preparation of the medicines. And this is the different methods which is mentioned into the I actually, this is a previously prepared slides, and I am only the explaining and some slides which is not related to these subjects. In the pharmacopoeia, nowadays 13 volumes are established, and for the single herb and the polyherb formulations. Next thing is a problem that need to address for the promotion of the herbal medicines. It is the very important subjects, because we all believe into the herbal medicine. These are the no side effects, no, yeah, very safe, and yeah, no, not. But this is also the just like the food items. It may be produce the some side effect and the some toxic effect if the medicine is not prepared in the properly way. So these are the challenges which has been mentioned to for the herbal medicine. And quality issue is also the main issue, that is the adulteration, misidentifications of the plant, faulty collection and the preparation, incorrect formulation process, which I already mentioned. And this is the common factor which we should have to, because these types of the research means the collaborative research is required, and the Ayurvedic people and the modern science people, they come into the same platform and we introduce the new structure and a new science, and using the Ayurvedic system of medicine. This is the requirement of this subject. Now, main cheese is the pharmacovigilance is also the very important, because we are not believing the adverse drug reaction, effect of the herbal drugs reaction, contraindication, interactions, and the other drugs, food and existing, because we are saying the pharmacovigilance, but this type of the subject is already mentioned into the charak, asatm indriya sanjog. That means that इस ड्रग को इसके साथ लेने से क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, दिस हैज बीन ऑलरेडी मेंशन इनटू द चरक, एंड वी शुड आल्सो फाइंड टू इलेबोरेट this science. And the clinical trial is also very important. First, I have already told the drug is not mentioned into the milligram per kg body weight, and the safety parameter is also required, and the biopiracy and the IPR value is also important for the herbal tradition knowledge. And R&D project is also required, which has been already mentioned previously, and to establish the drug. And other issues, the unethical practice of the herbal medicine, lack of qualified physicians, exposure of the unreliable, misleading information, lack of sufficient fund, and these are the parameters which is also the responsible for this science, and for this upgradation, lack upgradations of this science. This may be the modernizations of the herbal medicine in clinical practice. Now, this is also not WHO guideline. Everyone knows about the WHO guideline about the license and quality assurance and the quality control. These parameters are required for the herbal medicine following the GMP guidelines. And regulation of India, everyone knows about the regulation of India in the 1945. It started from the 1940. And they have also mentioned the Schedule T for the GMP guideline. Regulation, this is the all regulation I have skipped. Now the herbal drug regulation, which is also give, if you can find out the expiry date of this medicine, which has been already mentioned into the Charak and the Act. This is the different types of the preparation, even a ras, oshit, parpati, pisti, bhasp, mandur, chun, kwat, and they have given the time of the expiry of this drug, how many days shelf life of this drug, which has already mentioned. But nowadays these parameters should be validated. If this drug keep on this time the same stability and same efficacy is found, that is also the request to establish this drug. Now, this is the standardization. We are using the same standardization and quality control of the herbal drug, which has been already said to the sir, ki herbal medicine, using the modern parameters, we should have to establish this drug, shape, size, macroscopic, microscopic wise. I will show the some result of this, my studies and different study of these subjects. This is the herbal common practical things we have to find out. This is not required for the manufacture. This is I have already explained. GMP guideline is a starting from the raw material to the finishing material. This is the aim and objective of this GMP guideline. This is the different parameters which is required to establish this drug. And nowadays, lot of the medicine Ayurvedic companies they are using. This is the essential part of this. The production of this drug. And now I will show the some drugs which I have used for the DST project. For the Bala is a pseudocordyphalia and Justimadu is a glycida is a clevra for the spermatogenic actions. And this is has been mentioned by the Charak, but I have established this drug using the preclinical and the clinical study. And this is the parameters which this is the pseudocordyphalia. Everyone knows about the pseudocordyphalia root was used. And the study was, this is the descriptions of the and the botanical description and all practical things which is done under the supervision of the modern scientists and the Ayurvedic experts and under the ethical committee clearance. In the institute, we are having the very small animal house which is registered into the CPCSE up to the 2025. And all type small animals only for the experimental, not for the breeding. An institutional ethical committee for clinical trial, and after permission from the clinical trial, we are using the clinical study in this institute. These are the general, this is the, if you can find out, these are the root structure, this is the macroscopic and the microscopic study of the root of the ear. This is the powder form of the Bala and Justimadu. We are, because I have studied the both. First is a 3 groups study. First is a Bala, second is a Justimadu, is a glycida, is a glavada, and third thing is a mixing of the all into the equal amounts to find out the better result in this case. And this is the microscopic study for the identification and to find out the, if you just see the moisture content in this, found out different level of the moisture content is a very important factors. And these are the all parameters in the ash value, different types of the ash value. And here is also the identifications of this drug. The powder form is the fluorescence analysis. We are giving the under the UV 254 and the 365, and to give the some reagent and find out the color of this. Here, this is also the practical things for this fluorescence. And we are also using the Soxhlet apparatus for to find out the extractive value as per the modern guideline from the non-polar to polar. And this is also the, you find out the presence of the alkaloids, steroids, tannin and saponins, presumably presence of the phytochemical study using the modern methods. And UV analysis, we in the lab, we also have the Symmetry UV spectrophotometer, which is also the done to find out the preliminary study of the phytochemical. FTIR is also present into HTP to find out the which type of the functional group is present and the which wavelength in the IR spectrum. This is also done to explain and to find out the identification and the quality control of the medicine. This is also the HPTLC. In the institute, we are using the CAMAC HPTLC instrument and following the different solvent system and to find out in comparison to the also the modern medicines and also to the modern compounds in the gallic acid, ellagic acid, tannic acid, quercetin, which are the established phenolic compounds. We also use in the similar methods with the herbal drugs to find out the presence of the RF and the RT value in the HPTLC into the HPLC. This is also the, we are using the many types of the standard drugs, standard chemical compounds, and to correlate this our research to the presence of the chemical compounds. Now GCMAS, we are not having the GCMAS, we are doing the GCMAS into the Bose Institute, and to find out the subject, to find out the chemical compounds and their structures which is present in this compound. And I am showing this is the result of the Bala and the Justimadu. These compounds are found, and this is maybe the responsible for these activities. This is the conclusion of this way. This is the institute. And these are the instrument which is found into my laboratories. And this is the herbal garden. If you are interested to visit the herbal garden, which I have prepared into the eco park, into the 3-acre land, and having the more than 300 species of the medicinal plants with good labels. And then students can find out that this plant is having this property and indications. So they can do the research on these subjects, which have been all not done till now. This is the laboratories and instrument. This is my museum, and this is the photos of the herbal gardens. Now, if we can correlate with the TKDL is also the very important, because most of the, we know about the haldi, basmati, neem, and which has already been taken by the other states, other countries, that is the UK and the America. And so then the government of India, they have prepared the TKDL and translate into 2006 with the collaboration of the CSIR and translate into the 5 languages. It is also the very important subjects to keep our science into the year. And in this TKDL, they have mentioned the 1 lakh, mentioned the 81,000 formulations in Ayurveda, and the 1 lakh formulation from Unani, 12,000 formulation from the Siddha, and the Yoga 500 postures. which has been mentioned, and these are the patent of our science mentioned into the traditional knowledge, and nobody can take this science. And this is the great achievements of the government of India, and they have prepared this TKDL guideline for the year. And pharmacovigilance, I have already explained previously, which is also very important. Sir, I am concluding. Yes. 5 minutes. Now the pharmacovigilance, benefits of the pharmacovigilance in India. This is also the new subjects for the pharmacovigilance in India, and so many centers which is prepared into the India. If you can find out, first center which is originate into the Gujarat Ayurvedic University, and different. This is the 30 peripheral PV centers and the 8 regional centers which are conducted into the pharmacovigilance and collecting the adverse drug reactions. Now, if sir was telling you just show your the subjects, and this is the I am in the laboratory. We are providing these medicines into the capsule form and prepare the in the laboratory in the hand preparing capsule form. And this is the new subject. There is no such type of the Ayurvedic vaginal tablet into the market. And I have established this vaginal tablet and doing the under the ICMR project into the DST project, and done the clinical trial in the more than 500 patients and found the excellent, highly significant result, and prepared this vaginal tablet in my laboratory. And still and using this applicator for the vaginal route of the administration. This is the pharmacognostic. Now, one thing I would also explain, the one scholar has done the PhD research, but we are providing the lot of Ayurvedic anti-diabetic medicinal plants. To what it's okay, these medicinal plants contain the chemical compounds, but does it affect having the similar type of chemical compound like in modern medicines? So then I am showing this. This is the general research point of the view. The 10 plants, root, stem, and the leaf standardized is the pharmacognostic studies. And now I have done the HPTLC analysis of this metformin and the glyperides and the pioglitazone, and 3 modern molecules which has been taken, and doing the some similar type of the compounds which is found or not. And this is the HPTLC study. And we have found, if you can find out the similar types of the aqueous extract of the Cassia fistula and the leaf of the Momordica cherentia, that is the Karela, and which is found in phylogetamine, which is found in these 2 medicinal plants. And this is the for the other medicinal plants. High performance liquid chromatography. First we have done the standard, and we can find out that these are the Azadiractica indica, Azadiractica leaf, Cassia stem, and this is showing the having the some amount of the presence of this compound may be responsible for the anti-diabetic actions. And these slides are showing and presence of this RT and the RF4. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your nice presentation, very elaborate discussions, elaborate presentation, and now a kind of short discussion we shall organize within 5 minutes. Yes, you have discussed, you have presented your idea, information about the concept of Ayurveda to define the Prakriti or the constitution of the human body, and you nicely elaborated the herbal medicine resources in India and abroad, and also there you have tried to classify them as per modern science, as well as in the light of Ayurvedic practices, and also you have described the regulatory or the controlling aspects or the quality control aspects in developing Ayurvedic medicine through modern characterization, the preservation, and you have also compared with some modern medicine and also their application in some disease conditions. So you have touched many dimensions of the Ayurvedic practices or Ayurvedic medicine in India. So now it is open for discussion. From my end, just I try to understand, I was trying to understand that now WHO says every medicine should be 4P medicine. It should be predictive, it should be personalized, it should be preventive and participatory. So if you just throw some light or your idea, these 4P dimensions of the Ayurvedic practices.
Sir, sir, are you audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Sir, thank you very much. I have tried to explain my subjects in the basis of the Ayurveda and the modern. And this is the new subjects and WHO. Main thing is, sir, depends upon the Swastha Swastha Rakshina Mathura Spikar Prashmanam Cha. And this is the main factors to conclude the 4P. And the main thing is to prevention for the human bodies, and also the prevention in the sense of the collections of the plant, cultivations of the plant, quality control of the plants, preparations and the processing, and these factors which are responsible for the give the 4P type of the medicines. Thank you, sir.
So any question from the audience? Yes. Yes, you please come.
So, thank you, Professor Gupta. I have one comment and two questions. My first comment is you made a very interesting point on the combinatorial nature of Ayurvedic medicines. So, my first comment is related to that. There is a transdisciplinary university at Bangalore, and they are actually doing a very interesting.
Ma'am, I am unable to, sir, keep the mic, sir.
Hello.
It is not audible.
Namaskar. So
Yes.
you can hear me now, Professor?
Yes, sir.
Acha. So thank you very much for an exhaustive presentation. I have one comment and two questions. My first comment relates to your point that you made about Ayurvedic medicines being combinatorial. So the question is, the comment is that maybe you would like to check the work done by Transdisciplinary University at Bangalore. So they are doing some very interesting work where they're not trying to reduce or make a linear sequence of the efficacy of single plant like Bala or they are looking at it, they are changing the research paradigm. So the vice chancellor of that university had made a presentation about 1 year, 2 years back. So you might want to look at that. That's my first comment. Okay. My second comment is that alongside there is a very interesting thing that happens in psychology and Ayurveda. So there are some psychologists who are working with Vaidyas and trying to look at several aspects of Prakriti, Trigunatmika Prakriti, which is related to Manas also. And as you defined health, Manas is central. So I think I would like to know your understanding about that in an interdisciplinary context. So that's my second question. I would like your view on that. And the third point, as a teacher or a professor and an academician as well as a researcher, what is that one cutting edge research question in Dravya Guna currently according to you? Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. First, you have suggested me to see the work which has been done by the Bangalore University, and I will find out and I will search and to connect them to learn something more and upgrade our knowledge. Second thing is you have explained the manha, and the Ayurveda theory depends upon the Sharirik dosha and the Mansik doshas, and the Sattva, Raj and the Tam. These are the three trigun which has been mentioned by the Charak. And it is also the very essential, the interdisciplinary research is also required, because previously the Vedas, they prepared medicines for the small group of patients. Now it's a large number of patients. If you can provide, then follow the GMP guidelines. So this is the research is also required, because so many medicines, so many parameters which has been mentioned into for the treatment of the psychotherapy, for the psychological parameters, which the causative factor is a pragya parad asatm indriyarth sanjog and the parinam. These are three causative factors which has been mentioned. There is a lot of research is required to upgrade this knowledge and implement to the patients. And third thing you have mentioned, I have forgotten third points.
Cutting
the
edge research
research.
dimension.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, third point I have
Research
not.
question.
Sir, research though.
In Dravya Guna, the cutting edge research question. It is your.
Sir. Yes, yes. Sir, Dravya is also the whole science. And I would like to explain, it is not to isolate the one chemical compounds, because each drug is having the multi-component. If we can establish this drug as a compound form, that will be just at part to the Ayurvedic system of medicine. If we can isolate the single compound, because some of the compounds which is also act as the adjuvant therapy and also having some synergistic effects in the powder form, because in the clinical practice, if we are giving we are giving the compound form of the Virechan powder and the Vesanarchun having the multi-component, the patients are very happy to take in the 1 gram or 2 gram of the powder into the water, and they are very happy. If we can provide the single drug and the single plant, sometimes, so that is the multi-components is also the requires for this research purposes. Maybe some synergistic effects and to reduce, or maybe some reduce the toxic effect of the single drug. So this is my answer. This is the and further studies also required.
Yes.
Thank you, madam,
one or two
for your good
questions we can
suggestions.
accommodate. But for your better understanding, but to organize the discussion, to facilitate the discussion, yes, the psychosomatic dimensions of the modern concepts of the disease, health and disease, also taken care by the Ayurvedic practices, because Sattva, Raja, Tamo, the psychic dimensions of the constitutions, were studied from the ancient time. It is studied from the ancient time. So people are now trying to integrate these concepts, the psychic dimensions of the constitution, not only from the Prakriti dimensions, but also with psychic dimensions. So they are developing new paradigm. And she mentioned that yes, the cutting edge problem is how to understand that drug in a combinatorial way. And for combinatorial understanding, we need paradigm shift in our learning. That means fusion of physics, chemistry, biology with enriched with mathematics. So that kind of change in learning is also very essential to make the combinatorial science more effective, more understandable, and more efficacious. Yes, thank you. And your question, yes, please come.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, first of all, for the beautiful presentation. My name is Ajoy Jose. I'm a PhD student from Law Department, IIT Kharagpur. So, as you mentioned in your slides, that there are so many medicinal plants that are identified in India. At the same time, there are so many extinguishing species also, which is also considered as a part of traditional medicinal knowledge, ranging from flora, fauna, mineral, and marine sources.
Yes.
As this species plays an important role, especially in Ayurveda, how can we repatriate this extinguishing species in an effective manner, especially when climate, soil, geography plays an important role in traditional resources? And my second question is that, how effective is scientific and advisory community for Ayush medicine under Drugs and Cosmetic Act practically? Theoretically, we do have provision for the scientific community, advisory committee and all. When it comes to the implementation perspective, how practically it is happening? What is your stance? Thank you.
And your first question is related to?
Repatriation. How effectively we can repatriate the extinguishing species?
Yes. These actually, as for the Ayurveda system of medicine, there are so many factors which are already explained. But in the practical things, we should have to collect the plants into the different climate and do the similar type of the study as from the pharmacognostic to the chemical and to find out the chemical structure and then you can find out the efficacy and the safety parameters of the qualitative and the quantitative analysis of the compound. And after that, the self life is also the important to find out the presence of the similar safety and efficacious compound present or not. We should have to do this type of the research and establish this research, because the Ayurveda has already mentioned this bark should be collected from this time, leaves should be collected from the Varsha Ritu, and the flowers and the fruits, they have already mentioned into the different time schedule. If we collect the different mentioned time schedule and the other time schedule, and the comparative study can be conclude the presence of this compound and the safety and efficacy of this compound. Okay. Are you satisfied or what?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I will get back to you, ma'am.
So the last
Okay.
question.
If you have any question, then you can contact me, and then we will do some good research
Yes, ma'am.
at the multidisciplinary function.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking forward for the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So nice.
Last question from Professor Gayatri Mukherjee from School of Medical Science and Technology. Yes.
Thank you very much for a very informative talk, madam. So
Yes, thank you.
I had two questions. One is about the immunological perspectives. So how much is known about the immunological perspectives of the three doshas, the constitutions, the Vata, Pitta and Kapha? And what is your take on that kind of research? Like, what is the utility or necessity of that research?
First thing, that's if I have already explained the Vata, Pitta and the Kapha, and the main is the Kapha is responsible to provide the immunity, stability and the structure of the body, even into the cell of the, you can say the body cells. And we do the lot of research work to find out the immunology, means the antioxidant activities, free radical scavenging activities, and in the iogenomic study, they have also find out that those persons which are having the Kapha constitutes, they are having the good response of the immunology. Positive immunology is present into the those patients having the kaphas prakriti. So this is the science in also doing the genomic studies. But for the immunity, Ayurveda has already explained a lot of rasayan dravyas, lot of vajikarak dravyas, which are having the antioxidant and the free radical scavenging properties. And these drugs, if the immunological science can establish these drugs on the basis of the molecules in vitro or in vivo study, that will be benefited for the all sciences and for the benefited for the patients and human beings.
Okay,
That is
thank
my
you, ma'am.
answer. Are you satisfied?
Yes,
or if,
yes, ma'am. So another question I had is, so the when we are talking about the three constitutions, the constitution types, so there are
Yes.
several characteristics that
Yes.
were used to identify the constitution of a person. So
Yes.
do you think that there is a scope of using artificial intelligence and machine learning to come into the same conclusion by looking at the different thousands of parameters that can be done, like physical parameters or biochemical parameters?
Yes, yes, ma'am. This is also the upgradation of this science. There are important factors and the characterized which has already reviewed and the studied. The genomic study, it has been started from the 2010, and they have established a lot of parameters for the related to the immunology, and the artificial intelligence can also be done to characterize on the basis of the qualities which has been mentioned into the charak. And for this science, we can do this type of the work, and we can provide to the some healthy persons and then the other persons to find out the prakriti distributions. It is the very good ideas for your sites. That is the very. I have no idea about the artificial intelligence and the other things, but it may be helpful for the this study.
Okay, so basically the reason I talked about it is because there are so many parameters, like the epigenetics is there, other
Yes,
than
yes.
phenotypic characteristics. We can,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
unless we take the help of AI/ML, we probably
Yes.
cannot integrate all those characteristics together to arrive at similar conclusions about the constitutions.
Yes, yes, ma'am. That will be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, good suggestion.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your nice presentation and nice interaction. So interested people or interested researchers can interact with you later on. If you allow, then we can give your phone number, mobile number. They can contact for better interaction. And they can visit
Yes.
your institute and your medicinal plant garden in Kolkata. So thank you. Many, many thanks.
Sir, thank you very much. You can give the contact number. They can also visit my herbal garden and the institute and do some research work, collaborative research work with your scientist. And that will be the good for me for the upgradation of this knowledge and also the science. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Namaskar to all of us. Thanks.
So next speaker, Professor Somen Das, she will be introduced, and Professor.
Professor Somen Das received his MSc and PhD degree from IIT Kharagpur in 1988 and 1996 respectively. He has been an associate professor with the School of Medical Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur, since 2007. He is the principal investigator of several research and consultancy projects in micro-electromechanical systems, known as MEMS, and microsystems funded by various government and private agencies. He has authored and co-authored more than 50 research articles in reputed international journals and conference proceedings. His current research interests include biomedical and inertial MEMS transducers, bio-MEMS, and microfluidic biochips for electrophysiological characterization of biospecies for clinical diagnostics and micro instrumentation such as microvalve, microneedle, micropump, medical electronics, and very large scale integration unit processing. So I'll request Professor Shomen Das. Yeah. Yes, Professor Shantanu Dara.
Yeah, I think there is small modification. Actually, Professor Somen Das is the head of the School of Medical Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur, and he's a full professor. So he's working on MEMS and NEMS, electronic devices for healthcare and many other applications. And I would like to proudly say that his product is there in ISRO. They are successfully using it for what you call satellite mission. So I think his research group is working on devices for blood flow, sensing the blood parameters, etc. With this small introduction, I would request Professor Das to start his presentation.
चलिए हो गया तो हम बंद कर दो तो बाद में बात
Well, good afternoon, you all. Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, Professor Dhara, and is it echo? Echo.
So eco system just it's my system.
First of all, I thank the organizing committee of this international conference and my distinguished delegates, our respected moderators. Let me tell you that probably I am the odd man out here. I have a very little or no knowledge in the Ayurveda, but as Professor Joy said, he approached me, and you know that his way of talking, his the presentation, everything, you cannot deny. As simple as that. Okay, so it was not my pleasant moment to accept, but of course, I was quite excited, and I was thinking what I'll say. And with that, I have a few slides and my research experience so far, and I just integrate these two, where my talk will be on the role of micro nanotechnology in advancing Ayurveda. While I belong to this micro nanotechnology and I have to interface at the Ayurveda, I'll try my best. Okay. So let me proceed. So Ayurveda is an ancient Indian traditional system of the medicine that uses the herbs, metals and non-metals for the medicinal preparation. I'll not talk about this Ayurveda, but as I thought of, so I can see the several issues. Still it persists while globally accepting this Ayurveda. And some of those issues are here: the complex composition, the dose variation, and the person to person it will vary, lack of standard evaluation methods. Okay. Compositional analysis at the molecular level, because what we understand, I understand that the medicine what will take it in a different form has to work at the molecular and atomic level. And then only its effect will come. In the Ayurveda, you may think in a different perspective. It is the whole body concept altogether, but ultimately it may be at the micro nano level, at the atomic level, the molecules has to interact. Then only you'll get the effect of that. Necessity of the effective drug delivery system, stability is also an issue as it goes through the different pH in our body. Need a scientific and clinical validation. Probably, as I understand from my previous talk, Professor Gupta's talk, we understand there is a scientific approach, but probably at this stage, the Ayurveda is in the multidisciplinary mode, but it has to come to the interdisciplinary mode. Okay. And there we need the lot of validation, scientific validation. And of course, there is a lack of awareness. We have to highlight the merits and what are the potentials you have. And of course, the lack of modeling and the case studies. And mostly it is in the domain of pseudoscience. The validation, why it is needed? You have to understand the pharmacokinetics of the herbal formulation, study the therapeutic response of the herbal formulation on the disease model. What we do as an engineer, as a scientist, we always do the modeling. Can we have it in the Ayurveda? But it can be done with the amalgamation of the modern science. We can do it. Okay. And study the herbal drug interaction at the cellular molecular level based on the claims written in the Ayurvedic text for understanding the molecular pathways and the scientific basis of the multi-drug Ayurveda medicine. So with this perspective, with these questions, issues that I have raised, I'll now come to this, my domain. Here it is the importance of the micro nanotechnology and how we can take the leverage of this knowledge towards the quality improvement of the Ayurvedic knowledge. Here you can see that the similarity of the size and scaling, it is very, very important. Because our target is at the cell level, at the tissue, and going down to the cell level. If I inject some molecules and it reaches to the cell, and at the cell interface, at the tissue cell interface, you have a biomolecules. When it approaches, then what interaction it will do. And here you can see that the dimensional similarity is there. The cells is in the micron order, and then you have a virus, you have a DNA, all this going from micrometer scale to the nanometer scale. Okay, so micrometer means it is of the 10 to the power minus 6 meter. So you can think, you can see that how small it is. And the biomolecules, whatever you are talking about, the size is of the order of nanometer scale. So here, the interaction that will happen between the cell surface and the molecule, that is very, very important. And that we take care in the micro nanotechnology. Okay. What we see at the micro scale, we have a different characterization instruments, FTIR, UV spectrometry, and many other ACM, and many characterization facilities are there. So with that, we can see what is happening at that scale. Okay. Just few images I'll show you. What does it mean, the micro nanotechnology? You can see here at the left hand side, there is a measuring. You can see my cursor, not visible. Okay. So some photographs of the micro devices, and the picture has been taken using the ACM. It is electron microscopy. You cannot see, it is not visible at the optical microscope, okay, because the dimension is in the submicron order. And there you can see a lot of lines and different mechanical parts. I can say here at the bottom you have a gears. All these are at the submicron level. And that has been manufactured using the micro nanotechnology. I'll not go through the different, what is that technology, but using this technology, you can get process of these devices for the different application, starting from the space application to the biomedical domain. Okay. The middle one, the camel. This camel is made of a thin gold foil, and the dimension is only less than 2 millimeter. It is manufactured in a German company. It has been manufactured by laser cutting technology. See how precise it is. The camel length is less than 2 millimeter, and it can go through the holes of the needle. Just to have some feelings, I have shown these photographs. And of course, there is a needle, those right-hand figures. And these needles, again, it is in the submicron order. And it can deliver the drugs. If you have a patches of those needles, and which is already drug coated, and I can put it on my skin as a patch, and the drug will go through the dermal layer. Okay, I don't have to inject my drug. It is through this dermal layer, the drug will go by the diffusion process into the system. Okay, so this kind of, it is available in the market, may not be in India, but in abroad, just like our insulin delivery system, it is available. Just a patch you have to put it, not you have to inject the injection. Okay. Yeah, some of this, it cannot. Here it cannot. Here it can, but here it cannot. Okay, thank you. Moving now, this is in the micron scale, whatever I have shown. Next, coming to the nanoscale, which is 10 to the power minus 9 meter. Okay, 10 to the power minus 9 meter. And there, this macromolecules will interact with the cell. Our human cell, you know that there is some cell membrane, and you have there are pores at the cell membrane. What is the dimension of the pores? Through that pore, the drug or the biomolecules will go inside the cell, and then the reaction will take place. That pore size is of this dimension. So we have to work when we are processing the different drugs. We have to take care of that. Not only the size, other characterization, other properties also we have to take care of that. And just for your information, here I can show that this is one is the fruit fly, and the right one is your RBC. And the images has been taken by the electron microscopy. Whereas at the bottom side, you can see the different colorful liquids, we can say, but it is not a liquid, it is the quantum dot devices. The quantum dot device means it is the nanoparticle, and depending on the size of the nanoparticle, the wavelength changes. It goes from 10 nanometer to 150 nanometer, and there is a rate shift. So the material is same, but the dimensions shrink, scaling down the dimension. Why? These properties, the physical properties, chemical properties, it changes. Why it change? As you shrink your device, your material, the fundamental aspect is that if you now see towards the right one, where it is the scaling law, you are scaling down from 1 feet diameter football to a golf ball of few centimeter, then you are taking it down to the micron. Just you are scaling down your radius. Material is same. But what is the consequence? Consequence is that just I have given you the one example to the right hand side, where it is the 2 centimeter cube. What is the surface area? 2 centimeter is the length of each side. The surface area is 24 centimeter square, where the volume will be 8 centimeter cube. So what is the ratio of the surface to volume? It is 3:1. Whereas if you take the 10 centimeter cube and calculate the area, surface area and the volume, the ratio becomes 0.6:1. What does it mean? The smaller size has more surface area compared to the larger one. Some smaller size, the blue one, has a more surface area compared to the bigger one. Now, when a drug, it is interacting with the tissue, with the cell, it is the surface reaction that dominates. And so at the micron level or the nanometer level, when the materials will interact, it is the surface reaction rate that takes place dominantly compared to the bulk of the material. If I take a bulk of it, it has an effect, but if we push my drug through the nano carrier, it will be much more effective because of the larger surface area. That is the whole concept, and that's why I have put it so that we can understand the whole perspective of that. A lot of research has been taking place, say from the Feynman vision. There is plenty of room at the bottom. The entire anti-subsidia can be written at the over a head of a pin. The fabricate a motor with a volume less than 1/64 of an inch. It is very popular statement by great scientist Feynman. That means that the technology is needed. At that moment, at that time, technology was not there. How to write the entire encyclopedia on a pin, head of a pin. But today, that technology is available, and that is the micro nano technology, and we can utilize it. Probably I have a limited time. I'll go quickly with that. So, the role of micro nanotechnology is that it will benefit the modern medicine by versatile formulation and ease of surface modification. Most of the play has to be on the surface. Whatever drug, whatever material I use it, you can work, you can do the engineering with the surface modification. Then effectiveness will be much more prominent. Natural product usually suffers the water solubility, low stability, lack of targeting capacity. Okay, and that can be engineered, that can be modified for effective use of that material. And for the drug delivery system, nano carriers have a much greater advantage. And as I understand in our ICAS, we have a PhD scholars who are working on that nano drug delivery system. And of course, in the other departments, in the physics, almost many various departments, the different scholars are working in that aspect. So it has a lot more potential for the in future's perspective. Okay, 5 minutes. I'll take the 5 minutes and then okay. In the MEMS, it is the micro electromechanical system. Some of the images, some of the device photographs I have shown you, and that can be used for the drug delivery. And some of that, it is the pump. We know the pump is this much big electrical instrument, but can I make a pump which will go inside my body? It is that micro pump. It is the MEMS pump. It can go inside with a drug loaded on that, and it will target to the specific organ, and drug will be delivered there, and you can control from the outside by RF technique. This kind of devices, this kind of technology is now available. Okay. Just 1, 2 slides. I'll go for fluid microfluidics. Okay, I'll skip this one. Here, in this, the sensing, E-nose, probably in the Professor Gupta told about lakhs of plants, herbal plants are available. How I'll say, detect which plant is what. And in the, I understand in the Ayurveda you have a lot of, I mean, your sensing is required for one of the, as one of the parameter for your drug quality. How? One drug, how can I sense? Yes, our human body is very intelligent. It can remember. I may not remember lakhs, but I can remember 10, 15, 50. But the lakhs, 4 lakhs drugs, how can I remember? Of course, I have to take the artificial intelligence. You have to take the advantage of this sensing mechanism, which is very established. Okay, and here this side you can see this is the human nose. Other side it is a electronic nose, and it is now being commercially available. Electronics nose only is this much size, operated by the battery. It is very much used in the tea industry, and of course in the other industry. Okay, and this is one of the example. Now this microfluidics is also very much interested, because when I thought what I'll say about in this lecture, first it came to my mind, as I have discussed with Professor Chatterjee also, yes, the drugs which are used in the Ayurveda, can I do the modeling? I do not know what modeling you do in the Ayurveda, but in the microfluidics, in your modern medicine, you have the modeling. And there mostly we know it is the animal model where the new drug will be pushed, and the mice model other models and see the efficacy. But we have to sacrifice the animal. Instead of that, now it is the microfluidics, it is a separate in vitro or ex vivo model where you can test the drug. So microfluidics, in a word that, again, it is in the micron dimension, and the channel will be there which is have a network of our cardiovascular system, just like that. And you can fabricate it using a polymer, then you can coat it with a different cell, and you can push the drug and see the efficacy. What is the fate of those cells? What is the fate of those organs? Not only the microfluidics, it is coming as a organ on chip lab on a chip, this kind of. So different, push a drug and you have a model of different organs, and you can see what is the effect of this drug in the multi-organ. Okay. Another perspective, probably in the herbal medicine, you have to extract at the liquid form. And yes, conventional traditional techniques are there, but you can use the microfluidics. Just as an example, you have taken a 3 parallel channel in micron domain. Dimension of this is in the micron domain. Push the drug and it will flow from inlet to outlet. As it goes, using the electric field, magnetic field, or in a laminar flow, the biomolecules, it will diffuse from one side to another side by controlling the external electric field, magnetic field, or any other field. Okay, so it is a liquid-liquid extraction. It is possible using this microfluidics, and probably it can be, it has a potential in the herbal medicine. Yeah, some of this say microfluidics, how we can do it, and it's a very frugal technique. I can show, this is the leaf and at the bottom. Using this leaf, we have made these channels, micro channels, very complicated micro channels we have fabricated using the polymer material just to see the cardiovascular network. This is one of my student Josna's work. And we have seen that what will be the flow variation, where will be how the cells will migrate as it flow in a laminar from inlet to outlet. So you can use the fluorescent microscopy or any other microscopy you can use, and we can characterize it. And of course, in the tissue engineering, we have lot of applications using the micro nano technique. Okay, I'll skip this tissue engineering part. You have this regenerative model because you can mimic the scaffold, put the drug, and use it in an animal model. Okay, that way you can do it. With this, probably I'll stop. Okay, and yes, your slide is available. You can contact me also if you are interested. And lastly, probably it is a lot of opportunities for establishing Ayurveda by leveraging modern science knowledge, especially the micro nanotechnology, because it is a very frugal technique. It is economic also. And secondly, we need a scientific validation for the global assessment. In my perspective, it is. This ancient medicine offers the promise of a harmonious future for the people and the planet. With this, I'll conclude, and thank you for your attention. I must acknowledge that to prepare this, my talk, I got a help from mentor Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee, and of course the PhD students, and one of them is Mitali, who has shared few slides with me. Okay, thank you all.
So we have no time. Thank you, Professor Das, for your nice presentation. We have learned many things, and we know, just 1 minute, we know that every life form has intelligence, but intelligence we can define in different scales: structural intelligence, functional intelligence, and integrated structural functional intelligence. So to understand the human body, we are using different knowledge. That may be modern knowledge, that may be ancient knowledge, that may be Ayurveda, that may be modern chemistry, physics, all these integrated. But yes, we want to understand the human body as in respect to the structure, function, and integrated intelligence. So here the nanotechnology, nano-micro technology, providing us scope, opportunity to understand the human body intelligence, how they are deviated in the disease conditions, and how Ayurveda, Ayurvedic practices, Ayurvedic medicine can help us, and using this nano micro technology, we can better way, we can define the efficacy of Ayurveda, Ayurvedic concepts, Ayurvedic medicine, Ayurvedic approaches for prevention and therapy. Yes, Professor Das, you have enlightened us, and in future, more interaction will go on for integration of modern science and technology, marvel of modern science and technology to advance the Ayurveda, the future medicine. It is the 4P medicine. It is the medicine where every patient, they participate. They participate for the prevention of the disease, for the cure of the disease, and for the prediction of the disease. So it is the nice philosophy. It is the only medical concept which has strong philosophical background. So thank you for this session to the organizers and to our students, Mitali Mishra, and you, and Krishna Kumar and others, other professors of the IKS, and especially Professor Joysen for his enthusiasm. We are successful to organize this kind of session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shomen Das, and our three moderators for your wonderful inputs and scholarly presence. I would request Professor Joysen sir to felicitate Professor Shomen Das sir and our moderators, Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee, Professor Shantanu Dhara, and Professor Gayatri Mukherjee. Professor Shomen Das. Professor Jyotirmoy Chatterjee. Professor Shantanu Dhara. And Professor Gayatri Mukherjee.
So thanks, Dr. Jayashree, for organizing this session so crisply. We have a quick break for tea, 5 minutes, plus 1 minute and 1 minute for exit and re-entry. And then we have I should say, one body of presentations, which will be initiated by architect Oyen Sen, who will first take us through a bit of design and then enter Shantiniketan to hand over to the larger Shantiniketan team, which will be by the Shilpa group from BHARATA, for which we are waiting. Yeah, and they already have an exhibition outside in the foyer, which you can see today, tomorrow, and the last day. Yeah. Thank you. Please proceed for tea. Yeah. In the meantime, we can set up the presentation. And I think the moderator for the next session is Dr. Dipesh Katira.
Hello. Namaste, all of you. So, after the third session on Ayurveda, and after I hope all of you have had good tea and interaction and samosa and sweets, and the stage is set for the next session, the fourth session. But prior to that, we are having a special exhibition by a very talented architecture, Shri Ayan Sen ji. He is with us right now. He's a graduate of School of Architecture, CEPT, India, and has done his master's in urban design from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA. He provides specialized expertise in the areas of master planning for waterfronts and campuses, including residential and mixed use projects, and professionally been involved in several architectural projects in India that include resorts, institutions, commercial and healthcare and residential projects. He's involved in various academics and studies in KRVIA, IIT Kharagpur, CEPT, and so on. So I now invite upon stage Shri Ayan Senji to display his exhibition to us, sir.
Thank you, Professor Joy Sen, for inviting me here in this extremely energetic interdisciplinary platform. I think to begin with, I think this whole idea of Bharat TIRTHA or celebrating the 75 years of our independence brings special joy for us professionals who have returned back home for a while. Where we, after my graduation, I had gone to MIT in Boston and studied urban design and planning. And one of the agendas of reconnecting back to India and setting up a studio in our hometown in Kolkata was largely to sort of reach out and connect back to the roots. Our practice essentially is embodied in critical regionalism, which means we are really trying to find our architecture language through connections to the space and place, and making it more as regional, as contemporary, as place specific as possible, which means we derive all the power and all the energy from phenomena of making a sense of place. So it's not alien, it's not transported, it is from within the place, of course using modern themes and modern technology and expressing in its own space. So I'm going to divide my presentation in two parts. One is a very quick snapshot on a dozen projects. Of course, instead of going through all projects, which is spanning last 15 years of our practice, we want to showcase the 12 ones, which in one slide per project, just to give you a flavor at which our connections to critical regionalism or astute functionalism happens. And the second part of the presentation would be on a small personal project in Shantiniketan, which hopefully starts and creates a sort of a flavor for our subsequent discussion. Our practice essentially looks into a lot of kinds of project, and this is a snapshot of the Ibiza resort that I was commissioned to design a few years after I returned back to India. And of course, one picture does not speak on the whole body of work and the extent of the various parts of this resort. But essentially the idea in these sort of projects is to emphasize on the verandas, on the loggias, on the kinds of opening, on the interaction with nature. Essentially, in my mind, this is critical regionalism in its best. And in my mind, this is a sort of spatial understanding of the true Indianness of a sense of place, even the topography, in the type of landscape, in the type of colors and textures, essentially tries to marry and celebrate a contemporary Indianness going to its roots. The second one is a little more modern language. It sort of creates it's a service apartment of 120 units. These briefs are often commercial, but sometimes how you interpret them is really the architectural language that we are trying to sort of derive from the Indianness of creating a lovely courtyard. These little kiosks you see are adda zones of all the units looking into the courtyard. And it essentially breaks away from the monotony of apartments and brings into a sense of community living. Third one is the Bengal Rowing Club is a very famous club for South Kolkata business houses and professionals and individuals. And the idea in this particular project, apart from its larger restoration and rebranding, was this curve that made its news to all the national journals and dailies. This curve essentially is nothing but a simple roof, but the idea was to create a public space and use this curved element as something that merges with the context of Rabindra Sarovar. It is Rabindra Sarovar, as some of you know, you're from Calcutta, is a phenomenal water feature in South Kolkata with landscape and birds and flora and fauna, which is really the heart of South Calcutta. And creating a structure there was to kind of make a steel curve which almost gels with the place. So again, respecting the place, respecting to the sense of context, and of course using modern technology. We were also tasked on a much more clinical project in terms of creating the facade and redevelopment of a very old institution in Kolkata called the Bhavanipur Education Society. And in this particular project, the creation of dynamism, making the facade much more with a lot of forms and penetrations, and make it more exciting and more dynamic was the intent. And a very mundane building suddenly had a new lease of life. And this is yet another example how I think even facade transformations can actually bring about a whole refreshment and new lease of life to a building. And actually it ended up having better footfall for the students and making an institution which was very tight urban site with a lot of busy traffic all around on Kolkata's famous Elgin Road really make a big difference. In certain projects which has just got recently inaugurated by our honorable mayor and even the officials in Newtown, the Kolkata, this community center is essentially right in the heart of the city, which was a competition win for us. And you'll realize how the building expands itself on the vertical cuboid form, and the central space is sort of scooped out to create a public space. The building adorns a lot of local art and craft, and I wanted to celebrate this public building with a lot of local art, and local art which would be painted, which would be paneled up, and all these 5 panels have artwork from sort of various parts of Bengal. And spatially, the place has essentially a bunch of banquet facilities and program facilities you can see from the stage. So again, in this one kind of made the place feel so connected to Kolkata. This is yet another project recently completed. This is a restoration project, a 150-year-old building in a jute mill. I'm obviously kind of creating a large factory and restoration of the entire mill land. And for me, it's really about creating jobs and making economic development happen. And in the process, we discovered one of the old dilapidated buildings. If I get on each project, we can speak for an hour, but I've tried to kind of give you a taste of the variety of place-making efforts that the practice intends to take. And so essentially there is a whole intellectual underpinning where it's fantastic to see this photograph and enjoy, and it takes about 3 or 4 years to reach this point from a state of dilapidation. So each detail has been restored, each veranda, the rooms, the furniture, the lights. So this whole respect for connections, respect for history, respect for Indianness, respect for the knowledge that the land holds and deriving resource from that is something that sort of forms the forefront of the practice. Although every time you don't get to do that. I mean, of course, when you create a roof for somebody, and it's of course in one of our built projects, the idea is to sort of have and celebrate the roof. This is again part of a bungalow that we have made in Salt Lake. And this is another project on the waterfront where traditional burnt bricks and concrete, exposed concrete was used. And the whole idea of a very large canopy for me resembles the whole eaves and long overhangs so that one can even enjoy the monsoon. Again, not very different from a veranda space or, so these are sort of, let's say, urban verandas at some level. And this is a view, again, given a chance to present each of these projects, I can take an hour each. And that can, one can actually, it's actually on the river. So you can see the entire Ganges from these balconies. There's yet another project where my whole language of verandas and slats and louvers and overhangs essentially for me are very strong cultural identities and elements which then transform and make a place, a building much more belong to the region. I wouldn't just say Kolkata, but more to the region, because there's a whole regional language to this. Of course, then you can abstract and learn and derive. And not that every building has to be modern. This is hospital I made. I didn't want to kind of make every building look like a very historic Kolkata building, but this is the variety of a practice where a 125-bed hospital in its state-of-the-art engineering detail also form some sort of a project which we would be contributing to society more than just making projects. And at times we have the opportunity to make these slatted louvers and create a whole facade which with these forms where this whole idea of screens and louvers are taken to a much more modern level, and sort of dynamism of the curve is created in a project. And last and not the least, we also do a bit of interior projects, and this is the headquarters of Tata in Kolkata. And this, again, the idea was creating some vibrancy for the young staff of Tata India who wanted to, not make a very boring office like every workspace. So that's a very sort of quick snapshot of how we're seeing the practice by and large. And I would then sort of delve into my other part of the presentation, which for me is the more sensitive part, where it's a more personal part. And I think this whole Shantiniketan project, I must tell you that there's a professional self and there is of course a personal self. And here in this particular project, two of them collided. As I started my presentation, I shared my philosophies of my practice, which is so much trying to understand the place, understand the roots of our country, whether it's heritage, whether it's modern projects, whether it's interiors, whether it is using elements which will converge itself into creating certain dynamic form, whether it's resorts or hospitals. But somewhere, honestly, the entire thing goes off and you start working from the heart. And probably this one snapshot, absolves all the stress from everybody. And this is the power of peri-urban Shantiniketan. I'm saying peri-urban Shantiniketan only because I think the heart of Shantiniketan has its own challenges in terms of overcrowdedness and things being overbuilt, at least people like us who are almost born and brought up in Shantiniketan. So, I mean, this image is enough to share the Shalbon and the landscape context of the place. And for me, I'll be showing you a project which is my building, which was presented to me by my grandmother. My grandmother was a famous social worker, and essentially correct? Frozen? Okay, so as he fixes my laptop, I have more things to say. My grandmother was a famous social worker who was given a small plot of land of 40 kathas, 2 bighas, by Tagore himself. And during that time, what Tagore used to do was he would actually invite a lot of credible, socially important people to be a part of creating the ashram and its peri-urban area. And my grandfather was a Calcutta High Court judge, and this grandmother was obviously spends a lot of time in social work. And the building, these 40 cutters of land in the Bishwabharati area was given to me, given to her, and asked that why didn't you build something? And I have obviously anecdotal experience. This is the part of Bishwabharati called Purvapolli, and our plot of land is about a couple of blocks away from the VC's house, the present VC's house. And so you have all sorts of academicians and people living in these spaces, and because it's leasehold, it's difficult to sell. So nobody really buys this land, and it becomes an interesting island where nothing much is happening, and it's nice and quiet, which actually has made the place very protected, and it has not been encroached much by others. And so this is the first. I mean, this is some of the. I mean, obviously these are anecdotes where I wanted to just set the mood off, because this image is more a sense of inspiration for all of us, people who understand the language or people who don't, people who can understand the translation of what Tagore really means, which has some panels put up, but I think panels or slides are very, it's not appropriate to encapsulate his worldview. But I think when you start building for yourself, you do it intuitively. I think the power of intuition and the power of analytics sort of come together in our profession. And while in some projects you use analytical intuition together, in this one, obviously the idea was to do nothing. This is one of the oldest images of the house I managed to kind of dig out from the family archives. You can see literally one veranda and one part roof. Even one of the part roof is sloped roof. The architect of this building is my grandmother, and the contractor are the same people who built Bishwabharati, because she literally managed to tell Tagore that why don't you send me the people who build it? You just can't sell me the land, and what do I do? So she was a smart lady and got some contractors from Bishwabharati Ashram who actually then ended up building something in the same sort of derived the same language as Bishwabharati was made, which is a very nationalist school of architecture with simple roof edges. And I think sometimes as we go into details of all layered modern movements and postmodern stuff, sometimes you go back and see what is really the fundamental. And when you start understanding what are the few snapshots that we have grown up with, and this is of course not for the people from Shantiniketan, but the people beyond the place, that these are the few snapshots that sort of almost keeps us grounded to the place and keeps us understanding how the relationship of inside and outside, ghore baire, vetor baire, and sort of has that whole connect. And I think Joyda will speak more about this as he can connect to what I'm saying. And I think the whole idea was that how art form and art graphics would be integral part of the place, where art not only is on the walls, but the whole wall itself. So when I started sort of taking this project up, it obviously incorporated in our little way trying to do a survey of the land and see what's really there, and sort of define. I mean, of course, the building has minorly evolved, but nothing major destruction had happened over a period of time. So, and of course, that one little annexe block was built by me, which was made in such a way that it doesn't really interfere with the architecture of the existing building. So this is a little small one-room block, and you can see the construction process of restoring and repairing the walls and the columns, and it's very difficult to work in Shantiniketan only because you have to work with local people and local arts and crafts and still try to maintain your sort of very city level standards of what you're trying to do, and you're almost forced to sort of do something which you don't want to do because you just want to keep it the way it is. But anyway, understanding all of this is how the building looks right now. It's we've sort of restored the surfaces, and it kind of and these are not really professional shots yet, because this is almost taken while the things were just getting finished, and I'm waiting for the monsoon for the landscape to really pick up, and I must tell everybody who are from out of state or otherwise that monsoon is the best month of best time in Shantiniketan. So you kind of actually see and understand the outside from the inside, and inside how does it feel from the open space. So the whole trees and the texture of the colors and the civil work and the nothingness of the project really brings about the character. Obviously, if you see, this is an annex building that I had made. And again, the important thing was to make it in such a way that it feels as if it's part of the old architecture. So the earlier one, as you saw, was 1950s. Obviously, the building grew in its vertical form in 60s, and this little intervention was done when I came back to India and had a little extension built. But whole idea was to make it in a way that it sort of feels as one whole. So again, it's a very personal approach, not the mega edifices that you make, but it probably transcends all these things of realizing that how least you can do, and how do you like the nature by and large to take over. And this little element looks into the courtyard. I've made some screen walls, and the screen walls then get painted, and the intent is to put a lot of diyas here and pradeep, as we call it, and make this more day and night place. And then we're trying to actually make a little stage where not that we have the privilege of learning, but the whole idea of informal discourse is really what I'm looking at. And I would hope one day we can have an IKS Adda in one of this, in the plaza of Shantiniketan. This is, of course, the little snapshot of the veranda from which, of course, whatever you build, you are very connected to, but where you grow up as a child, you are probably ingrained to. So this is a veranda from which you can actually obviously see the rains and the connections. And so what we've done is we have made some screen walls, we've used some local art and minimally intervened in this project. I mean, you see in Shantiniketan a lot of fancy Californian buildings coming up, which I am ghastly against. And I want to make sure that this sort of minimal interventions are promoted. And of course, the color is of a choice, but I think that let the green take over, I guess. This is a little snapshot of how the building looks. I mean, the work is still going on, as you can see, and the veranda in the lower floor also looks out. And one of the favorite shots I had is of this courtyard, which is between the two buildings. And while the landscape and the more internal details of the surfaces take over, we wanted to sort of have the service area screened off with some local art. This is a little motif from KHARAGPUR, which is one of Tagore's favorite. And then, and this little tree in the courtyard really adds to the flavor. Last but not the least, how the garden looks. I mean, it's green. It's not yet done up in my way, which is a little more tropical foliage, because maintenance is always a concern on these projects. But again, the whole intent here is to share a more personalized approach of how do you want to do up your own legacy. And last but not the least, a small shot from the garden. And you can see at times how there are certain different ideas and mystic thoughts that come out. And everything is not expressed probably in an image, but I think you need to share and feel the space in its dynamic form. And on that note, I invite my comparer or whoever if there's any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a very crisp and very aesthetic presentation. And now may I request Joy, sir, to present Ayan, sir, with a memento. Sir, it is here.
So just to say something, Ayun has been a discovery in my life. A very young, energetic architect, designer. And what I found in him is that in design you need flamboyance, which is a very essential thing. But at the same time you need restraint. So in Ayun I found both. So when you look at this house, Tagore's, Rabindranath Thakur's KHARAGPUR, it's just not part, but reciting or reading a book in the most simple way, KHARAGPUR again comes back. So that's ion. So that's why I thought this should be a part of Indian knowledge systems, because how we incorporate design. Professor Michael is here, another architect, where we go back to simples, small is beautiful, less is more, and the many other things, taught by Schumacher, taught by Mies van der Rohe, and taught by Frank Lloyd Wright to an extent, and essentially taught by Tagore and Gandhiji in the Indian context. Thank you, Oyon. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. Multi-layered.
2 levels. Maximum one more, G+1 by and large. It's typically flat ceiling, but in certain buildings you will see a combination of flat and sloping. No, it's typically made of lime concrete by and large, because during, see this, the ashram came about in early 20th century by and large. So obviously the material of the time is lime concrete and some, but there's steel, of course. There's no joist. Then obviously over the years, the idea of the local vernacular allowed you to have pitch roofs, which means the regional vernacular, you'll see a lot of pitch roofs. Pitch roof is in like sloping roofs. There are two options there. Typically people find a lot of timber roof with tiles, Mangalore tiles, or actually in the regional vernacular, you'll find bamboo roofs with hay on top. So these are the derived materials. But any house like the one I restored obviously belonged to a little richer gentry. So they would definitely want to go for the lime concreting by and large. So it's a flat roof with sufficient use of rainwater pipes, because one of the most important things in this, believe it or not, Shantinu, is more hot dry than hot humid, or at least used to be. Everything is changing. So the use of flat roof and using of roofs or verandas in the nights are essentially a part of the livelihood or the lifestyle. So you actually want to not make the roof inaccessible if you can. And the roof becomes then a place to dry your clothes and in fact sleep at night. So that's the whole where the function this whole thing is coming about from. No, not at all. It completely absorbs moisture and creates a whole bunch of problem. Not for this only. I've been doing a couple of restoration projects right now, which are much bigger and more professional in scale. We have to really carve out the lime concrete from the roof typically, because they kind of absorb moisture, then they retain the moisture and then increase its dead load. So we have to, I'm doing at least 3 projects where lime concrete is completely excavated. Only in certain cases, in one particular project in Alipur I'm doing for somebody, a rich businessman, where we are not touching the lime concrete because we are scared that it is formed an intricate bond with the roof. So we are just shaving off the top and then laying a more sturdy waterproofing. Lime concrete is always hard in conservation project because it has taken moisture. In my little project, I kind of evaded that process. I took the whole thing out and then did much waterproofing the way I wanted. Didn't do the authentic lime concreting way, because obviously my building is not listed. Fortunately, I can be a little bit more practical. Thank you. Any other questions, if anybody? Sure. Yeah, I think if I understand you correctly, see there are two or three layers to this whole thing, particularly when you're making your own project and when you have to sort of sustain that project, and if there's a functional need where you're first time you're the client yourself, and then there is a larger philosophical understanding and connect. For me, I think what is important that the building is restored to its original shape in terms of getting the roof right, or getting the toilets right, or getting the kitchen right in the sense that there is nothing heritage about that. I just need to make sure that my guests, like sir or anybody here, can actually enjoy the toilet and can actually cook in the kitchen. So that's pretty modern, but not overtly modern or overtly loud that it sort of starts interfering with the simplicity of the interiors. So the colors and the feel is more soft and more pastel and more rustic, if I may. Now in terms, so that's the sort of fixing part. The personal part, I guess, to celebrate certain spaces, which is the garden or the courtyard between the two buildings, or the verandas, or the semi-open terrace, I think it was obviously important not to touch that and just fix it to its best possible standards. And again, from a heritage perspective as well as from a memory perspective. I did a little kind of the color and the earth colors and the wall art essentially was the last little layer of using artists from Vishwabharati itself to enjoy and sort of make some wall paintings, which is not necessarily permanent, it's temporary. I mean, one can obviously think of something else a couple of years down the road. So there is a certain aspect of universal thinking which I felt of Tagore's thought process, which transcends the boundaries of Shantiniketan and can reach anywhere, where it's you can actually look at a building in Arizona and feel how much connected it is to Tagore's, because the landscape is Shantiniketan area has a karst topography which is very similar to Arizona, southern, that rugged part of America. So for me, I think when you start looking at landscape and start looking at his built form, the connection to the outside was something that was more strong, and the in-between spaces, the intricacies obviously vary and the materials vary over time. From a personal perspective, it was a bit of that to keep yourself rooted, and bit of also making it modestly comfortable for ourselves and guests. So if that answers your question. So I mean, I had the privilege of not having getting caught in history and restorative guidelines and standards, so I could just essentially do what the heart felt and what the pocket could afford. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Now we move on to the last big session of today. And if I forget, tomorrow and day after, we are always meeting at 9 a.m., not 10. So tomorrow and day after are long days. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Am I right? Yeah. So with this, I'll request Dr. Jayashree Anand Gajram to come here and celebrate the last galaxy of presentations here.
Hello, everyone. So this is a session on Tagore, and this essentially will talk about the art and crafts and traditional education system through Tagore's own art and its relevance in today's India and the future India. So our first speaker is Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya. Dr. Tanima has completed her Bachelor's in Fine Arts from Rabindranath Bharati University and Master's in Fine Arts from Kala Bhavan Shantiniketan. She is currently working as an assistant professor at the Palli Sanghatana Vibhag Vishwabharati, and her research interests are art history, design, and integration of art and technology. Dr. Tanima. So speakers in this session will have 7 to 8 minutes each, and please keep in that timeline.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates, my colleagues, and the students present here. At the very outset, I would like to take this opportunity first to thank COE IKS, the Center of Excellence for Indian Knowledge System, IIT Kharagpur, to give us, the Vishwabharati fraternity, the opportunity to be a part of this August gathering and enriching ourselves throughout the day, throughout the sessions, with some enriching conversations in different sections of IKS. So this section, the Tagore session, has 5 presentations. At the very beginning, I'll be talking about the Sriniketan Shantaniketan experiment, which was conceptualized and materialized by Tagore in the soil of Birbhum, followed by a little bit detailed exploration of the sustainability, how can we achieve sustainability through art and craft, by Professor Shantanu Kumar Jaina, followed by a little micro interventions in terms of designs, which is followed the ideologies of Tagore definitely, which will be presented by Professor Shobhushachi Sengupta. And then again, the aspect of sustainability will be explored in the brass and bell metal craft, which will be presented by Professor Ashish Ghosh, and followed by another presentation on doodles, specifically of doodles on Tagore on textiles by Professor Shobhushachi Sengupta. So at the very beginning, my presentation is about the revival of the Indian knowledge systems, considering its philosophy, its ideology, which was not only revived by Tagore, but actually implemented in terms of, like you can say, it's an ecological laboratory which is living, which is in continuum, which is at the present, we are expounding, we are exploring, and we're actually, we can say, we are expressing. So my topic is Sriniketan Shantaniketan experiment. Here I would like to talk about the idea from where in 1901, for the first time, Tagore, it's only 163 kilometers from Kolkata, where Tagore started a school, which is called the Brahmacharya Ashram, with 5 students, to create or to revive the ideology of education system, which was imbibed in the Tapoban or the Ashramic Aranok tradition of IKS system. It was as against the traditional teaching systems which was proliferated by the colonial rulers during that time. So the Ashramic Aranok tradition, which was explored in Shantaniketan, it was initiated to explore the potentiality which was embedded in the educational system of India, which was there for the thousands of years, which we find during since the time of Vedas and Shrutis. So Tagore believed that the highest education is that which does not merely give us the information, but make our life in harmony with all existence. So it's not only about the fact-feeding thing, rather imbibing not only education, but the holistic development of our surroundings, considering art and craft, considering the social life, the cultural life, and even each beat of segments which a community can think of. So Shantaniketan actually came out as a living ecological experimental hub of Tagore, where Tagore conceived space, which is, for Tagore, it's not only a physical identity, as architect Anshan was rightfully mentioned before me. It's not just a physical identity. The space has its own ecosystem itself. The space is physical, definitely. Along with that it has different spheres. It has mental, cognitive, and cosmological existence in terms of Tagore. He believed that it's not only the physical identity, rather truth and beauty should be integrated in form of all the spheres and all the systems of our lifestyle. So Tagore has developed one triad which is called nature, tradition and originality, which was delivered in all the spheres of Shantiniketan and Sriniketan experiment, where he talked about nature, which is actually the incorporation of environment within the sphere, then tradition, where we can value our culture, where our systems, our traditions, and originality, which actually ignites the creativity within ourselves. So integration of all these three segments actually visualizes what Tagore has thought of about Shantiniketan. So, and yeah, we can find the same, which was echoed by Geddes also. This ecological, the approach of this ecological design was, even we can find the planning systems of Geddes, where he said the environmental acts through functions upon the organisms, and conversely, the organism acts through function upon the environment. So it has an integrated collaboration, or you can say a complementarity thing with the environment, the nature and the human being. And as Sarah already mentioned, that for him, which is small, it is beautiful. What is beautiful, it is truthful. So the truth, simplicity, and each sphere to create the beauty of life is the motto of the experiment of Sriniketan and Shantiniketan. So in 1901, where Brahmacharya Ashram was established, followed by that in 1919, Shantiniketan Kala Bhavan was established. So Shantiniketan gradually came up as a platform where international collaborators, international intellectuals, they come, they share, they explore their knowledge, and they integrated their ideologies with the traditional Indian knowledge system that Tagore was talking about. But along with that, with the exploration of the intellectual minds from all over the world, Tagore also thought of Sriniketan, the establishment of Sriniketan, which rather invites, or you can say, which rather wanted to explore the experiment or different spheres which considers the community and the life systems of the villagers. So Shantiniketan came up as an intellectual playground, where Sriniketan, on the contrary, came up as a living ecological experiment for community development, for the holistic development of the area. So Tagore ideals of rural reconstruction, which he was always talking about, was taken shape around 1921-22 in the hands of Rabindranath Tagore and Leonard Elmhirst. For the very first time, the idea of rural development and rural reconstructions was taken place in the area of Sriniketan, where they tried to integrate aesthetics, technology, crafts, and the community life. So the overall development of the community life of the rural segments, which was there in Shantiniketan, in the peripheral area of Shantiniketan, was the aim of the establishment of Sriniketan. So today Shilpa Sadhana, from where we come actually, this department was initiated in the year 1922. So I'm glad that I belong to a department which becomes, this is a centenary year of the department, which was established in 1922, and this is 2022. So it was established in the name of Vichitra Studio, and the idea and the proliferation of these ideas was taken place through the hands of Rabindranath Tagore and his wife, Pratima Devi. So Pratima Devi was a very key exponent in establishing the ideologies of Tagore in the soil of Sriniketan. So these are the very archival pictures. This is a carpentry workshop which was established in Sriniketan. During that time, there are few courses which was flowed for the rural people, the villagers, specifically for men and women. There are different segments of subjects which was floated at that point of time to make them economically independent. So this is another glimpse from the workshop itself, the carpentry workshop. So for the very first time, the Sriniketan section, the art laboratory, if we can say, it was developed in the Hall of Industries in 1928, which was actually, in the earlier section, it was a railway workshop, which was emptied at that point of time, and it was changed to Hall of Industries in the 1928. Gradually, it took the shape of the Industries Department in Sriniketan with time. So, if we consider the development of Shilpa Sadhana, it was Pratima Devi, the wife of Rabindranath Thakur, who actually started different hands-on experience for the rural people, for the rural women, to make them explore their creative field, and as well as to make them economically independent. So these are the lacquer, batik work, book binding workshop, calico painting. All these things were started in the hand with the help of Pratima Devi and under her guidance only. So this is another section from the Hall of Industries. These are the textile weaving machines, which was actually came from Japan. It was Sri Monindra Chandra Sengupta, who was a teacher at that time in the textile department. Rabindranath Tagore sent him to Japan to get the weaving machines. So earlier they visited Europe, but the European machineries in their capacities, in their sizes, are not fit for the Indian environment. Rather, at that point of time, Japanese textile machines were taken up, and for that, different modifications, different technologies was introduced to the rural people at that point of time. So, the Department of Shilpa Sadhana, though it was initially started as a workshop for the rural people, but the ideology of Rabindranath Tagore was never make it to be a productive section or a section where only the vocational training was being given to the villagers. Rather, in his ideology, he was thinking of making it a full-fledged department, which considers arts, aesthetics, and technology together. For craft making training program, initially they offered free boarding and lodging to make people come to them to learn the technology and to master in the craft systems. So along with the technical education, academic institution, making Shilpa Sadhana as an academic institution, full-fledged academic institution, was always the aim of Rabindranath Tagore. So Rabindranath Tagore thought that economical beneficiary or the economical independence is important, but along with that, the creative potential which people can explore through this, using this expertise, using these machines, these two, the complementarity of the economical exposure along with what we can say, their skill development, their creativity. Considering these two, balancing these two can make them more happy than only making money. So after Rabindranath Tagore, after the demise of Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore actually took the whole, he became the first Vice Chancellor of BHARATA in 1951. After that, he recommended to make Shilpa Sadhana as a full-fledged department. He wrote to as a Vice Chancellor, he wrote to the then regional trainings, wrote to the Indian government to make it a regional center for cottage industry, where he mentioned this institution has the immense possibilities for being developed into a full-fledged polytechnic in cottage industries and utilized for the purpose of producing skilled craftsmen, foremen, craft teachers, and designers, an army of who is an essential prerequisite for the development of the industries in India. So Tagore has conceived an intellectual format of reviving the Aranyak ashramic tradition, but Tagore's idea of Aranyak ashramic tradition was passed on to Rabindranath Tagore, where he understood and infused the idea of economic regeneration and the holistic development of the community itself. So yes, after Vishwabharati became a central university in 1951. In 1954, Shilpa Shodhan given more autonomy during the selection of the subjects, and the rest is actually soon followed. In our department presently, after 1954, presently we have not only certificate and vocational training courses of 2 and 3 years, but along with that we have full-fledged design course for 4 years, master's course, and in 2016 and 17 we have introduced PhD program as well. So which was conceived as an experimentation of upholding the life of the rural villagers, has come up as an unique academic institution at the present. So it's the genesis of the idea was the nature, traditional, and originality, the integration of all these three, and along with that, not only the tradition, not only the originality, but the integration of all along with aesthetics, design, technology, crafts, and community. Rabindranath Tagore and Rabindranath Tagore has set an ecological experimental area which was established in 1922 as an unique epitome of ecological understanding, considering a holistic development, reviving the heritage that we have, along with successful inclusion and upholding of the community itself. So, thank you. And after me, it will be a little granulated facts about the arts and design experimentation, which will be delivered by Professor Shobho Satishan.
Professor Sabyasachi Sengupta is a research scholar working under the guidance of Dr. Prabir K. Chaudhary, and he will be presenting 2 talks, one after the other, on Tagore's doodles and ideas on textiles by Rabindranath Tagore. So.
Good evening. I mean, it's getting late. Definitely, we all of us need some time to recollect. Now, when we are talking about Tagore, it's like it's that a bucket taking in front of the sea and things like that. He's everywhere. He's in singularity also. So we are just taking a little bit of semiotics, what 2 gentlemen in, one was a teacher and he published all his papers, his students published all his papers after his death, Ferdinand de Saussure, and another on the other part of the Atlantic, this C.S. Peirce, semiology, semiotics, sign languages and things like that. I had a bit of linguistics in my life, little bit, so I could not leave that out from myself. So a bit of linguistics is there, little bit of Tagore is there. So let's see what we are talking about Tagore. Now, when I came to Shantiniketan, I had a long history of roaming around various courses. So I went to Hyderabad Central University, I went to NIFT, National Institute of Fashion Technology, and then I, obviously, textile was my love. I learned textiles at a very, very early age when I used to go visit with my mother to buy shari from Control. That is the word we used to say, Controller shari pawa jeto, which was, I think, 7-8 rupees a piece. So from that time, the kerosene, the smell of the kerosene, it gives me, still now it gives me goosebumps. So Tagore was that. He is talking about, he is taking his Latin lessons, and as if his paperwork was Bidhoba Shada Thaner Moto. So just imagine at the age of 10, he was recollecting the pangs of a widow, the white sari of the widow. His Latin exercise book was like that. So what we are talking about here, he had made 1200 times, I had counted, but it might be much more, only about textile and textile material in his papers. TagoreWeb.com, Bichitra and all this, these have helped me out. It's incomplete. So if you are talking about Tagore and if you're talking about textiles, he had mentioned just, I mean, it is countless. Maybe if you're talking about Tagore and a little bit of any other issues from our epistemology, it will be like that only. Now, how Tagore, textiles, text, everything has got a etymological meaning, etymological root, the Proto-Indo-European root. So when we try to adjust and try to build up something out of nothing, that becomes a human being. That 84 lakh people after the birth, we got our life. So something like that has been happened here also. This is the etymology of Tagore, what we are seeing. Text, textile, binding, and he had meticulously done that. This is the Bangla text. So I'll just give 3 examples very quickly. Bondhutto o bhalobasha. So how he builds up his own sign system and the semiotics in this way. Friendship is informal, love is formal, dressy. If the clothes are torn in 1 or 2 places, there is no harm. I mean, now you can put yourself, you talk about friendship, close our eyes, we talk about friendship, we talk about love. Exactly, he has taken the analogy of fabrics and garments and things like that. So his sartorial nuances and analogies are, yeah. He talked about ordinary fashion, he talked about extraordinary fashion, he's the first person, as with my little knowledge I have found, he's the first person to write down the difference between style and fashion in Shesher Kobita, Amito. We are not going into that. So what Sapir was talking about, Edward Sapir was talking about, he talked about it much before, in his own way, in his own language. The fashion is accepted by the average people with little demur, and it is not so much reconciled with the taste of substituting other. This is the second example. The second example, Bondhutto Bhalobasha, I have elaborated it, but you have understood, like, it's talking about the love, the correctness of attire, etiquette, manners, where love is demanding more and more formal, but when we are talking about friendship, it is very much casual. So sign system, the signified of the great Saussure. So that's the sound, the concept and the sound pattern. When he's talking about Bondhutto, he clarifies that casual textiles and Bhalobasha, it demurs casual clothing. This is the second example. Now, that was a piece essay. This is another essay. This is Boshanto Rai, Samalochana. He invites, I'll go directly to the code. He invites a relationship between us versus them, in a sense, Sham, Boshanto Rai, Vidyapati. When we are talking about Sham, we are talking about here, geographically, this locus, we're talking about Dhuti, Chadur. But when he goes to the Vrindavani, so the god is moving from this place to another place, it becomes Shamli and Chapkan. And he is keeping on telling that there are 32 buttons to be tied up neatly to become Vrindavani, to become the Sham of them. And when we are talking about the looseness, there is no rank, there is nothing. It's completely fluid. This is Parse model. It is completely fluid. So this side of the God doesn't require those things. The Dhuti Chadur is there. And that side, you have to have that Shamli and the Chapkan and other things for this. So the former natural fluid, it is not tagged, no regimentation, Dhuti Chadur. The triad, when talking about tag, discipline, rank, that becomes Shamli and Chapkan. The third example. So, yeah. This is the third example. Another, I have just given 3 essays. So this is Kobita o Tattva, Saundarya o Prem. This is about how the poem builds up, how the poets are acting in front of. Yeah. So if the poets continue to construct marjai and pajamas of theories on their poems by trimming those down to fit a particular theory to size of its own body and presenting those theories in the society by decorating those ensembles, then what kind of childlike looks at those theories would appear? So each and every poem, each and every theory where he has invited his own ideas of fashion, style, textile, ornamentation, dressing up, dress code, it is abundant. I mean, that's the most interesting part, that perhaps in another genre of teaching, learning, Tagore is there. But that's the most fascinating part of what we have got a little bit of Tagore, and everybody is still searching about that. So the science system in this part of Tagore's writing is based on the condition of the clothes and our own in different socio-cultural context. So he's talking about 2 poets, Basanta Rai and Vidyapati. So one is again the representation of very fluidity, the other one by the language of the writing also. The other one is very rigid, it's very more and more formal to say in a yeah. So this is the part of my first part, and then we'll quickly go to the next one because is doodles. Now, another part of Tagore, we have seen Tagore was very much popular to the doodles also. We all know, so we can just skip out this area. This is Dostoevsky, Beckett, Pushkin. These are the great doodlers, the writers. Now, how and why doodle to Tagore? He had taken it very seriously. It was a practice, it was a journey to know himself, and then he had taken it very seriously at a much later age. Like his paintings also, he started painting at 60, and he had left officially 3,000 paintings, but much more, I mean, within 20 years of his span, of the last 60 to 80. This is to start with. Maluti Puthi, yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah. Maluti Puthi is the one of the most important writings where we find Tagore actually taking up the doodlings, quote unquote, seriously, according to us, not by Tagore perhaps. So this is the doodles, and you can see when we see Beckett or Kierkegaard and others also, he had got a definitive target of decorating it with his, he loved his, there is a tendency of all of us, we love to sign on paper. We love to write. There are 3 things. We love to write our home address at a very young age, then we love to see ourselves writing our own name on a page. A Narcissus complex or whatever it might be. There are many theories, anti-theories and theories, but we love to see ourselves. That's the mirror then shifted to a page, white paper. So how Thakur had, this is again about more modern theory. I'll go to the, this one. These are the two areas. An old blotting paper with a doodle sketched during the tea party leisure, folded, I put in my pocket with ever care. পুরনো একটি ব্লটিং কাগজ, চায়ের খোঁজে অলস ক্ষণের হিজিবিজি কাটা. This hijibiji becomes a kind of his own adrenaline rush, and he started doodling, and he started thinking of doodling should be considered as another moving out from myself. Chitta jeta bhoy shunye. So the translation is like, you are all aware of about my hobby also in the study of hijibiji learning. For this purpose, I have written a proper answer, taking time for her, Pratima Devi's daughter Nandini, later in this morning. So he is awaiting an accolade from somebody. Here in this case, Pratima Devi and Nandini also. He is awaiting something to come to assure him, okay, Gurudev, you can go, you can move. Exactly that had happened with his doodling. This is a very, very personal poem of mine also, in the sense. When Shoilo was a little boy, once I opened my desk to find, what the heck, in my accounting book, almost made me blind, doodled, ink scratches, furious, bolts stuck on my head. It must be Shoilo's handbook. I understood as I read. It goes on, Chiroding in the Daka. It's a narrative poem, blank verse. That penalty is nowhere, that larking got lost. All that remains imposed, an eternal peace of heart. Those few child, drawn doodles resting in my heart. So once he scolded Shoilo, and then there comes few of the mavericks of Tagore, yet to be deciphered. There are, just imagine, this is one page where he had not left the typewrite paper also. This is what Tagore. Now the second part is that we did our bit. Try to take a bucket from the ocean. Purobi. Few colorful doodles were also been made later on at the age of 60. And then this is the last slide of mine. It's like trying to get this. So this is done through the simulation. This is just a chance, like you can do. The world of dress designing, the world of getting the generation next is important. Whatever we are doing, we belong to one or two generations, but the glass gazers, this is my end, the glass gazers are really, really awaiting some sort of other than maybe 6G or 7G. So this is the traits what we can leave apart from the buildings and stories of conflict. Thank you. Yeah, any question or?
Professor Sabyasachi has a train to catch, so if anyone has a question, he will take it quickly.
It's a train. 7 days. That's like a route. Yeah.
personal experience. There's no one here from my department at this point of time, but Michael is my witness, Professor Michael Krashevich. So when I did my PhD, I worked on Christopher Alexander. So I worked on his work called The Timeless Way of Building. So Alexander from architecture moved towards timeless way of building, and then he comes to textiles, embroidery, embroidery, that means making the fetus, and coming to the rays and the rayons, the rays of the suns and the rayons, building the texture of the region, the regional planning, and then he enters city planning. He enters the green fields. So look at the journey. So Alexander doodles from this. So Tagore is just not an exception. He's doing something very natural. And in 1964, Michael knows Alexander got the American Golden Globe Award from the American Institute of Architects for his doodling. And I think he's one of the greatest architects and planners who has been recognized in the history of architecture and planning. And yeah, so I can see, yeah, Shikha is here. Great. Yeah, Ketaki is here. So the architects in this room will know. So I was really fascinated by your presentation. You know.
No, actually,
Yeah,
Provita had handpicked me.
Yeah.
My guy, my guru, he had handpicked
Yeah.
me to take. Okay, you can do this part. That is the most fascinating part of Shri Kushaduru. Like, you just need one evening to go there. Then
Yeah.
it's all yours. That I have learned from. I mean, the Shantiniketan. If somebody says Shantiniketan, full stop. I think he's some sort of still
Yeah.
happy boy or something.
So
It's
this,
just the beginning.
yeah. So this is an observation from my side. So very exciting. It resonates with what I did and in my doctoral thesis. And then we went from there. So this is the foundation of Tantuj, which is textile and textile making. And it is also the foundation of weaving and webbing. One is W-E-A-V-I-N-G and one is W-E-B-B-I-N-G. Both are the same. Thank you. It was very exciting.
Thank you, Professor Sabyasachi. About Tagore's doodles, there is this famous newspaper, The Wire. It talks about Tagore's paintings and art and work. I quote it. So it says that Rabindranath Tagore's doodles reveal his quest for the world beyond words. He was the wizard of the written word. He also knew the limits of verbal semiosis. So we are so privileged to have these two aspects of Tagore today. Thank you, sir. So now I would like to ask that if we have questions on Shantiniketan, Sriniketan experiment by Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya. I have skipped it because of the second class. If we have it, I'll take it.
The droplets on the grass. So he believed on whatever is small, whatever we have in our limited capacity. If we can explore that properly, we would be more happy than to have more and not being a happy person. The same ideology was there in terms of Rabindranath Tagore. It was his parental house, his family house. Yeah, he experimented a lot. I think, sir, if you can, if you have the opportunity, you should visit Uttarayan complex once. So, Shamu specifically. So here, on the basis of the galaxies of the rather the positioning of the sun, he in different times he experimented with different materials, different forms of architecture. Specifically in Shamoli, he just used, it's a mud house with a pitcher within. So he used to stay there. So he experienced the big house that you were talking about. He experienced that. He also experienced for his own Shamoli also. So it's and finally he realized. Mhm. 573 Tagore wasn't. That's why I have said it's echoing. Schumacher has made this quote. I mean, far later when Tagore was no more, but the ideology actually echoes the same in the same line. That's why I have put it in.
What are the two lines he writes to such a
That ঘাসের ডগায় দেখেছি বহুদূর.
So what he says, instead of looking at the whole cosmos, the cosmos can be seen in a drop of dew on the edge of the ear of a ball. So in the ball, in the dewdrop, in the reflection, we see the beauty of the whole cosmos. So that yeah. So he emphasizes it's the same truth which echoes. I think that might be a reflection of the time where manufacturing was coming in. No, that's an application. Oh, yeah. So what's happening? What Dharma is trying to say, what they're trying to say is a construct. What we're trying to say is the application of the construct. So yes, industrialization. I think that raises some question. Yeah. Fundamental question. Sure. Certain things happening, but it exposes a value that is being challenged. Yeah, and so that was being challenged in the world. So I think that reflects back to you say, there's something really loving that might be lost. Yeah, so it's almost the same thing. So instead of a industrial production function, which yeah. So instead of an industrial production function which is based on a very large, bigger investment, the investment shifts to small, micro things where less is more and small is more.
Which was
to small means and small materials to achieve production will probably suffer the same amount and the same level of efficiency.
It's like the incarnation of machine production that we're talking about. It gives happiness when you create something on your own and it's a full product, it's not a part of the product. It has a sense of happiness generated within it. So Tagore actually has had the opportunity to move worldwide. And actually,
quote was that he wrote it for the Satyajit Ray, the filmmaker who got the Oscars for the first time in India. So he wrote that it was the entire world I have visited, the mountains, the glaciers, the sea, but I haven't seen, I haven't got the opportunity to see the only dewdrops which was there on the grass. So it's the entire cosmos is reflecting there, which I missed during my entire life during the sojourn. So,
So I think issue is not about, I think, we're seeing that issue is not to be see many things across. They have not seen something more state. And I think this is the larger context of production versus craft, which is also being there will be challenged and people might be challenged. Production versus craft. Now, I think point is architecture, yeah, they're very giving strategy. to the 16th, 17th century, from Renaissance to Industrial Revolution, were essentially seen a drift from craft and guild production systems to large machine.
Philosophy is quite clear. The context in which it was putting was not quite clear. Why this came out concern is quite clear.
Yeah, so small is beautiful has been said before, as you said,
No, that is a different philosophy.
Yeah. No, but
Convey what you wanted to convey, not what you wanted to convey.
Schumacher has stopped. That is
Yeah, very different. Correct. Very, very. Yeah. Okay, anyway, so that's fine.
yeah, Schumacher came at a certain point of time, and he had a lot of Buddhism against his background, and he was famous for the Buddhist economics. So he weighs industrial economics against Buddhist economics. So by Buddhism, it doesn't mean religion. What it means is restraint. What it means is small investments, micro things, little labor, looking at things which are affordable, livable, accessible. So, I mean, we are talking about this things right now. Schumacher talked about that.
There is a small query. Whether shoemaker has quoted Tagore, you will find in the book, so that you can directly have link and more commentary. Yeah, that is no, simple thing is I want to know whether shoemaker in the book Small is Beautiful, published in 1973, has some quotation or some line linked to Tagore, Guruji?
Not directly.
Because there are two types of things here. If not quoted, then okay, comparative analysis, you are talking all those things. If quoted, then something deeper is there. That's why my just query. I don't know anything about this.
No, sir, not directly.
Have you gone through a whole book?
Yes, sir.
Small is Beautiful?
Yes, sir.
Never find it anything
Not
quoted.
directly.
That is the point. And that point linked to Ramji also. This became maybe comparative analysis. But when you are going to the deeper thought of that Gurudev, then you have to come closer.
But the ideology that, I mean...
No,
the
that way
context-
comparative
the
it is
context
okay,
may
you
be
are
different.
right.
The context may be different, definitely Schumacher, the context that...
And one more thing, let me add here at this point, with the permission of you people. Recently, this year, it started last year in UNESCO. They have not cited Tagore, but whatever you have presented, very close to that, nature, culture, now they have joined one word. NC, capital, one word. Nature, culture, and that credit goes to Patricia, who is the chief of the cultural landscape, chief, supreme body. And now the first detailed report with all analytical, even Indian commentary that is coming in one of the research series I am editing that. But now I got some good inspiration, so thanks to Jai Dada and thanks to you, I am going to write, being senior editor of that series, please add here is Tagore's view, why you are missing that. So you are saying it is only West, no? Here is something Tagore.
Tagore gave a very important lecture at Cambridge, The Religion of Man, which was also read in the United Nations. Whether there's a
No, some reference you can give, I can pass on, please add. And I have the right to say, here is the detailed thing. Yeah.
Whether it continued or not continued, that's a...
No, link is there. Yeah.
This lectures on the religion of man is a very large volume of talks which he gave at Cambridge and Oxford, mostly Cambridge. And it was referred by the United Nations at a very early point of time.
One more point that is not related to that, please excuse me for that. In a British journal, that is Space and Time, something like that. Exactly, I can send the reference to Judge Dada. There was an article, Tagore Contribution to Geography, rarely cited in India, and there that fellow, British fellow, has analyzed all this cosmological frame to understand Mother Earth. That is a unique article. So when I was teaching geographic thought and impact of science, I have always to refer that paper that look, you people never understand, but This is coming from outside.
So-
So this is, when you are talking this cosmological sense, in a very wide perspective, that is just like our Ayurveda,
Yes, sir.
Prithvi Sukta, etc.
The Uttarayan complex is all about geography, the positioning of the sun and its rays, the play of the nature, the inside and the outside. So, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jai Bala.
So I think we are
Yes.
6:30.
Yes. So our next speaker is Professor Shantanu Kumar Jaina. He has completed his bachelor's and master's in fine arts from Senior Advanced Study, Central Academy of Art and Design, Beijing, China. And he is currently working as an associate professor at BHARATA University. His expertise is in ceramic and glass design, studio pottery, kiln form glass. Professor Jaina.
Okay, namaskar to everybody. I would like to thank Professor Joy Sen and his team for his nicely organized seminar. So here I would like to put my point on sustainability, how we can make a sustainable system by craft. Actually, it was thought long back from our time. Fortunately, I born and brought up in a Gandhian family because my both of the parents were do their education through the Gandhian education system at Sevagram, and luckily I am teaching in a Tagore's institute. So I try to get I exposed to this both philosophy a little closer. So I would like to relate these things. And then third part, how Indian craft is relevance in all over, means in a economical factor, in a practical sustainability, these things. So maybe I will, because the time is not permitted me, maybe I skip some slides, which is already covered. Yeah. Here, I would like to quote 3 quotes of Gandhi. The notions of education through handicraft raised from the compensation of the truth and love, permitting the life of activities. Actually, this is the things how he feel people should love to that hands-on experience and do their own these things. And second quotation, which is talk about the sustainability. पृथ्वी सभी मनुष्य को जरूरत पूरी करने के लिए पर्याप्त साधन प्रदान करती है, लेकिन लालच पूरी करने के लिए नहीं. If we try to sustain the surrounding things are enough to fulfill our requirement, but when we eager more or want more and more, then we start to destroy the nature and these things. And third, the objective of the basic education is physical and intellectual and moral development of children through the medium of handicraft, because the handicraft will teach to love to the nature, and because the handicraft is made out of the natural product material, so it will teach, and it remove that mind of means our mind to means it's create a ideology to love the hands-on work. Actually, khadi, for a common man, khadi is just a hand-spun cloth, but behind that philosophy, Gandhi has dreamed to develop a self-sustained and independent India, because the weaver means farmer can grow their cotton from their field and spun at their village and use their cloth. So that will give that more independence and self-sufficient to our society. I think I may skip this because a lot of things is already talk about it. Here the quotation will tell how he loved the nature and what is that sense of art about him. These all, I think, we already discussed the things. Yeah, here I would like to discuss about that craft education in Sriniketan. Actually, is a part of a rural development in India. Tagore visited 1921 to the Bauhaus School. Then after exhibition, he called an exhibition of Bauhaus School at Calcutta, and then he also called a lot of Bauhaus School faculties to interact with Shantiniketan's faculties. So the thought behind, because if you see the Bauhaus School's background, it was totally the industrial, they want to produce the designer for the industry. So when his vision, he thought that the India's actual industries is depend on the craft. So he make a craft institute, not make a institute which is produce the designer for the industry. So that is the vision. He changed it. He inspired by the Bauhaus, but in his own way, his in own country's vision, he changed the whole education system here. That is also talk about it earlier. The Shilpa Sadan was started in 1922, and actually it was established to rejuvenate the local craftsmen and try to develop the cottage industry and try to fulfill the people's requirement by the handmade products. So that is the very, means it's almost like a modern concept about the vocational training kind thing. So he developed that thing. So Shilpa Sadan was established for that particular reason. At that time, imported products were displayed by that Indian elite class, but Tagore make a product from Shilpa Sadan which is start to fascinate to that society, and slowly it's become also liked by that Britishers, as well as now it's become the culture of that. Now we can say is a Shantiniketan product. Craft actually, if we see the craft is a handmade things which is made by some skill and which is passed through the generation to generation and produce the product to fulfill the society's requirement. But if you see the present scenario, it becomes the totally different way to think. Now we are seeing craft is a skilled product which is used for the decorative and other for our modern society. In India, craft and design both are sharing a same platform. If you see craft material process, the same thing for design, industrial design, the manufacturing sector is there. Craft, the makers or craftsmen create the product, but for industry, designers give the designer and manufacturing sector develop the product, and end user is the customer which use. In both the cases, the things are same. Common area which dealt by the craft and design is the same, like users. In both cases, users are there. Function is there. Environment. Now it's a rural to urban to suburban, urban, and now it's a global things is there. Level of technology is little different. In one case, it's a very indigenous technique, and other case, it's a means mass production, high technologies needed. And market, both the markets are same. It's a global or a local, and material and process. In the both cases, material is required and process is required. just from that Craft Council's report, handicraft is the second largest sector for giving the employment. First one is the agriculture and second is the largest of the handicraft. So if you see the whole Indian scenario, there is more than 70 million craftsmen are on official listings, because handicraft board, TC Handicrafts Board's official website is telling 70 millions, but it's more than that because many of them still not registered in that portal. So it's a very different scenario in India. So if we look in this particular sector, so it can grow better and it can produce lot of revenues for India. Actually, if you see this sector, this is a knowledge which is traditional knowledge, and unfortunately it's passed through the generation to generation, and many a time craftsman's rigidity will vanish the whole things. Because I visited some craft sector where craftsmen don't want to share the knowledge to even their daughters, because they feel if they marry to other house, the knowledge will go to other house or pass to other house. So many crafts now it's vanished from the Indian scenario, because I personally brought up in Varanasi. So Varanasi is famous for the wooden toys. But nowadays, which wooden toys which we are seeing now, it's not that. Earlier, when in our childhood, it was the totally handmade toys. So which is totally vanished, because few of wrong steps taken in past. People, they go to the Russia and bring it that late and vanish the whole thing. Now those craftsmen are not there and the skills is also vanished. So it's become the history now. So we have to be really develop the government's aware that the development, develop the awareness to the users as well as the designers to develop the product which is really look into their skill and particular reason, because craft is a very regional things. And if you see, it's a slowly that GI registration is a compulsion of that any world market. Without maybe a lot of craft fairs are happening, which is not allowing. Without GI, you can enter in that. And like lot of things has happened. People are getting Chinese sarees in the name of Chanderi sari or some other thing. So we have to be look in that sector also. And craft has a very it's a very unique thing. Nowadays, the uniqueness is the most important thing. If you see that 10 to 15 years before scenario, we try to buy the things which is having like some neighbors or friends. But now this is that rejection, that first rejection point. If any one of my friend have a same kind of things, I have to reject the same thing. So craft has that uniqueness because this is a human touch there. So every product is totally different than the earlier one. If you see the Indian export, the craft, it's growing by the day by day, but still it's need lot of improvement because it need the value added design which is not there. It need the consumer centric design because modern scenario is the old products are not fitting in that particular. We have to maintain the particular region's craft and develop the product which is used by the modern lifestyle. And third things, we have to standardize that material, which is the part of the technology. So we need to be work together, design, technology and crafts together and develop in this sector. If you see the whole Indian export of the craft is 3.8 billion. It's almost like a 27,000 crore rupees. Still, we are 1.6% of the global market. The percentage share of the global market is 1. If you take out the carpet sector, it's less than that 1%. Because half of the export is done by carpet. And the country, the population is less than our craftsmen. Their shares is much more, 6-7 times more than our this thing. So this is the very huge market, but still we are not catching to that. And this is the high time, because now people are looking for the unique product. And this is the time where craft product can be hit to the market very nicely. If you see the today's scenario, Wills and Van Heusen and other companies are smaller than the Fab India. People would like to wear the Fab India product than that other branded company. So this is the scenario. We have to be catch this time, these things. Here, like in global market, the homogeneous product cannot be done. You have to keep the local essence and develop the product for the global market, global need. Then second thing is craft is a very context-based, and we have to change these things. Designers should keep that things and keep this local essence and change it to the contextual market product. Okay. Okay. Yeah, in last, I would like to quote Gandhi's quotation. I do not want to foresee the future. I am concerned with the taking care of the present. God has given me a control over the moment following. I consider that is the first one quoted Gandhi, is that our eagerness will destroy the whole thing. So this is the thought Gandhi produced for sustainability, and craft is the very unique things to give the sustainable structure to the society, as well as it's earned the lot of foreign revenue, as well as it will give the employment opportunity also. Okay, thanks.
Anyone has any question? Yeah.
Sir, your presentation was very lengthy. Just a observation that I would like to make. So, this is really a matter of concern, how these craftsmen can be brought forward and how uniqueness is becoming more important. Because I personally feel that the Industrial Revolution was something that promoted homogeneity, and that homogeneity is slowly taking over the entire world. All the cities are looking similar now. There is the uniqueness that was there in every city, every village is slowly missing. But nowadays it is slowly catching up the value, and uniqueness is something that is selling right now. So there are big business houses. Even in Gujarat, I know there is a Bandhani industry, Patola industry. And the big business houses who are, as you told, who are holding on to their ideas and their unique style and craft, and they are not ready to share their ideas to others. So there is a huge need for documentation of all these varieties of crafts and various arts that are.
Yeah, that's why here in my presentation I mentioned the technology aspect is need to be intervene in this sector, because now the technology can analyze the material and see what is the things can reproduce it by that same process. Because crafts, sorry. No, yeah. That is the problem in Indian this thing, because I've been in China for 2 years, I studied there. So I find their craft sector is totally different. When the machines come to the craftsmen, initial work, they done it by machine, and then integrated work done it by hand. But in our country, we have totally changed it. The machine is dominating the whole things. That should not be. That is that part of the designers to think about that. Because this is, if you see the Chinese market is more than 10%. Means 10 times better than our market Why? They are also developing the clustered way and they are using huge machines, but the last integrated work is done by their own hand. So that should be taken care. Actually, in past we had a few wrong steps which just vanished lot of craft, means which we saw in our childhood is now not there. And the whole indigenous knowledge is gone. Because the craft knowledge which is not documented till now, means since last 2 days I am listening about that documentation. All documents were there, but in unfortunately craft sector we don't have any knowledge bank and any document. That is the worst part of the craft. Still we have a time, because still the poverty of India can intact the craftsmen. So that is the time we can uplift the craft and rule the global market.
Any other question? No. Yeah.
Because the more we import or use industrialized thing, we are doing harm to the environment because we are using products or material which may not, suit the environment. Whereas when we go for these local crafts, they are usually using sustainable materials, local material. The amount of energy used to make it, sell it is all much lesser. So your word sustainability and craft go very well hand in hand, and that may be another way in which the modern world will adopt craft, because we are worried about energy and environment and sustainability.
Here I would like to share one of my experience. When we were in a childhood, I was brought up in Varanasi, and it's a very cold place in winters. So my mother always used the khadi cloth to make the quilts, because she told, if you make the meal cloth, that cotton cannot be hold that cloth, and after 2 or 3 years you find there is a patches. But in khadi you never get that patches, because khadi spuns are very loose, so it can hold the whole cotton. So that is a local things. It always be made because craftsmen that develop the local things for the local market. That is that important thing. We have to be salute to that thing and their devotion in their study, because that's an unfortunate part of Indian these things. We didn't have any kind of a documentation about the craft. Like card, we always say कि terracotta में बहुत अच्छा दही जमता है, but never analyze why it happened. Always say because it's absorbed by the terracotta pot. No, actually terracotta pot give the insulation to that hot milk to develop the bacteria to settle the curd better. So we have to be analyze relevance to that particular craft and then develop the design for the modern society.
That's very good. The way we look at things now has changed because everybody knows something about the idea of technology. And so even when you're looking at a simple craft, you know more about what's going on as opposed to just bringing it forward generation to generation. You actually know why the pot works in a more detailed way because of science. And that is part of what breaks apart the networks, the lace works, the construction, I think, cars, whole families are involved in the system, right? But it breaks apart. That actually stems toward the future as well, because the new crafts will be designed around or evolve around that knowledge, which wasn't there 1,000 years ago. Yeah. So you're bringing forward all of these crafts for 1,000 years. You'll still be producing a pot out of clay.
Yeah.
But the ideas behind it are going to have to be so different.
Yeah.
And so it's actually a collapse, which is the beginning of a rebuilding.
Yeah, one other example, if you see the past, Indian rural society, they use the terracotta huge pots to preserve their food grains. Without any pesticide, it's contained for a year. What they do, they just put the cow dung on the bottom hole and seal with that cow dung on the top. And on the god's name, they put a diya top of that food grain. What happened? It sterilized the whole thing, and this cow dung is a totally antiseptic thing. It won't attack by any insects. So these are the indigenous knowledge we didn't have any document. We have to revive this and take it further. Otherwise, this is the high time. Otherwise, we miss the train, because right now we are the youngest country in the world. If you see the Japan and China, they developed at that scenario. Because after 10 or 15 years, we become the older. At that time, our innovation time is over. So this is the high time.
For the full discussion, we have a last speaker here. Thank you for the very good presentation. One question is there that woodcraft industry of Varanasi is very famous in terms of different kind of toys and some peculiar kind of things. But you told that it is completely vanished. Please clarify.
Now what you are seeing is a lathe toys. Is a lathe toys. Earlier, the whole technique was different. They cut the toy by their own hand and coated with the khadiya mitti and then painted by hand. Right now, they're just putting the wood on that lathe and cut it by cutter and lacquer it. Lacquer was not a part of that Varanasi toy. It was hand painted and nicely coated with the khadiya, which is totally. I saw in my home. I have that whole military set and animal sets, which is totally gone.
But there are some areas in Khojwa and some around and families they are practicing, and some families are also trying to make it a platform so that these craft industry should sustain. But you are right that in terms of it's not visible or globally it's not going, but still it is.
I spent my 27 year in Gurdham Colony, just front of that Khojwa. Now there is no more. All are lit. There was one craftsman. He was living in that what is that near that Kalbhairav Mandir. He made that things. Because last time I met him when I was going to China in 1993. So I brought a lot of toys from him, and when I was coming back, I found he was new.
Some Sindoor Daan is very famous, that too is very famous, and all around like people are coming to.
No, those are the later development. Actual development was that military and toys, birds. This is totally now is vanished. You can't see anywhere.
No, somewhere it is, but yeah.
But which is just a heritage. It's not a practicing craft. It's totally heritage. It's become the heritage.
Gone to the museums now.
Yeah. Actually, I was in an NID for 9 years. So at that time, CBSE wants to develop the course for the craft, and he wants to give the name of heritage. So we oppose it, because in India, still craft is a practicing things. We should not say heritage. We have to protect that things and take it further.
Thank you.
Is Professor Ashish Ghosh. He has completed his bachelor's and master's in fine arts from Kala Bhavan Vishwabharati University. He is currently working as an assistant professor at Vishwabharati University Department of Shilpa Sadan. His research areas are eco art and design, contemporary craft design, indoor and outdoor furniture, and nature sculpture. Professor Ashish.
Namaskar, everyone.
This is a presentation. This one is next one. Make it bigger.
Okay. 75 years आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव भारत तीर्थ 2 में शिल्प सदन को इनवाइट करना एंड मुझे कुछ बोलने के लिए आप लोग जो रिक्वेस्ट की है या जो हमें इनवाइट किया गया था उसके लिए आप सबको धन्यवाद सही दिल से. Thanks to Professor Joy Sen, Professor Somesh Kumar and other delegates and my dear student. Here I am representing my small documentation or presentation, my research project work, which was guided by Tonima Bhattacharya, Dr. Tonima Bhattacharya, Assistant Professor Silpa Sotan. And here I am representing my small documentation as well as few research work. In previous slide, if you have seen, I am representing one temple. It is well known, one terracotta temple is called Joydev Kenduli, is in front of Ajoy River. I am showing this one because there have one interesting village that is called Tekorveta. The total village is, they are bell metal craftsmen. They only produce a special kind of brass pot. Around 100, what is, oh yeah, around 100 to 100 family, they produce one kind of special pot. And the process, the technique is, I think, more than 500 years old. They melt pot with earth, handmade clay mold. The hammering, the brass, is like music. 7 or 8, I say, artisan put those brass Italy-like things all together, and 7 hammer rhythmically expand the brass, and the pot, one part of a pot is created by on that process. After that, they create another, the bottom part, then top part, and then few part casted, and they add all 3 and make the final vessel. If you look the other brass and copper or bell metal utensils, all are well designed, balanced, and that design we derived around, I think, 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years to reach that point. Because when I am seeing one pot, that pot is the final product. Before final product, they have a long journey and they have their experience. If I am going 5 kilometers to put water, then I need to put that pot in my hand. I need this much distance for putting that one. If it is very closer, then the pot will be something else. But problem is, like the science, like the modern era, all the plastic materials, ceramics, melamine, and other all the new materials came to society, and we all like the modern things, as well as our habit is also changed. Because when we use brass and copper pot, it was written in our Shastra that the food is good, if I taking food in brass thali, it is good for health. Now modern research also say, that's why that was our culture. And one, for rich or the poor, everyone buy those brass and copper pot, because that is one asset. Like if I marry my daughter's marriage, if I put him 1 quintal of brass and copper pot, it means is more than 5 lakh rupees I am giving him. Or if it is a ceremony, birthday or a marriage ceremony, if I give you a kasat thala, means I am giving you a gift which have resale value next to next. Like if I am buying one brass pot today in 2,000 rupees, after 5 years you will sell that brass pot more than 2,000 rupees. But other materials, glass, ceramics, melamine, all plastics, there is no resale value. So by day, we are changing our habit. But unfortunately, those craftsmen, they are not so clever. As I say, they are village people. Their maybe son and daughters are going school. But this is very unfortunate that all the craftsmen, if I am not very wrong, in West Bengal only, I think more than thousands different separate pockets where brass and metal craft is practiced. All are individual material they produce. Like one village they are producing pot, another village they are producing ghoti, some are producing ghanta, some are producing thali. Because if they are working with one thing, it is easy to manage manual worker. If they are producing several other things, that is problematic for them. Because one artist or group of artists, they achieve the final goal. Their workers, they followed by them and create the village. That's the system. And when we are going to a brass or copper shop in town or village, we are seeing different kind of things are there because they are exchanging. If I am a shop here, I have several customers, so I need other things. I am nearby the Tekor village like Joydev. They are producing ghora. They sell it in Bishnupur, and Bishnupur thala or ghoti, they are taking from there. That's the way. And this craft sector is totally, controlled by the Mahajan. Normally, the workers, they work with daily wages. Normally, the Mahajans give them old kasa petal thing, and they make those design and put it to the Mahajan, and they return, they reach the money. Here you can see few examples where I am showing you our beauty of our cultural practice, Indian knowledge system, where each and every product have very unique, very special, very different from each other. These all are practiced in one district in, I think, 50 kilometer separate area, but cultural design, all the design are very different. But what I had as a designer or as a craftsman, you can say me, what I had tried to work with them several years. I am working with them around 10-15 years, and try to create few contemporary product, not disturbing their character. They are producing thing. Because main problem today, like a ghara is not required today because we are all have tap water. Otherwise, we have water in plastic bottle. So we are not using the ghara. So who will buy the ghara? No one is there. But the craftsmen, they are looking for their selling their product. If as a designer or a artist, if I work with them and try to use their material in my contemporary practice, I think there is way by which minimum 2-3 artisan can work with me. Like nowadays, several artisans work with me, and we have a team where it is. I never signed. Never signed for this artwork or this product for my name. I always say this is product of my team. So here few contemporary product which we are trying to make with our team. Several artisans are there. These all product are a reuse of traditional material. Like one is that end one is 3 big thali, near about 5 feet thali. Nowadays also in West Bengal we have this big thali. You can imagine is 1 quintal. It is impossible. These 3 art piece I have used in Misti Hub, Kolkata, using sondeshe chhach and brass and copper paner pata as an art object. I don't know, is maybe not contemporary, maybe contemporary, but I try to work with my artisan friend. I work with them. I love to work with them. And I think one small song. Oh, no, it's not working. Okay, no problem. There is another few, you can guess, last 15 years we are working, so it's a long work, but just few I am showing. Using contemporary product with the traditional knowledge. That's my main motto, which I learned from my institute where I am teaching. That is my idea of Tagore, but I am practicing myself. I have few friend, you can say artisan who are working with us. Here few furniture, and the last one. Can you imagine this Durga was made last year using brass and bell metal with my dear artisan friend. They make it within 2 months. Is 8 feet height, this side 8 feet, this side 8 feet, and there is no modern technique. The hand, face, we mold, we casted in clay mold. The other materials, few are from Navadvip, few are from Birbhum, few are from Kolkata, and other. And we assemble it, and final result is this one. I think, thank you everyone to listen me. Thanks.
Anyone has questions to address Professor Ashish?
I'm not professor, I'm assistant professor.
Okay.
So this statement itself is sufficient for
No, sir. Sir, if you don't have a question for me, but I have one request for you. I try to find some Sanskrita sloks or written inscription in our Veda Upanishad, whatever it is, about the brass and bell metal, about the craft. I need it. If you say, I will reach you anytime. But because for that I am very passionate. I am really mad about craft. Anytime I can travel anywhere. Few days before I am searching few umbrella. Is a very old fashion umbrella that is stitched with leaf. It is now available in Purulia. Only few villages they practice it. Like this is called Peko. For purchasing that and meeting that craftsman, I traveled from Bolpur to Purulia. One morning I said to my student friend Priya, chal jabo amra. We reach there, find those craftsmen, take those things, have food with them, and came back. I can travel anywhere for any time for craft.
course material from which you start building it? Is it a plate or is it a mold or
No, no.
combination
No,
of
there are few different parts. Face and hand, these are casted in clay mold. It's traditional method of making pot. In Holdia, in Nondigram, in Bishnupur, there are several villages. They make like chola bronze, the same clay modeling first, then wax, then clay mold with some cow dung and other things, and they put brass. Yeah. Only face, hands. Then other parts we make it with plate, with a ribbit and what is a rang. Rang means the rang jhal, which is called welding. No, not welding. Welding is modern. The old technique of welding, bridging, that is called bridging. And other parts, ornaments and all parts are few are dipaka, few are pradeep, few are thalis, and like chandmala we cut it and make the saris, make the design. It's a long process. Near out 5-6 artisans work together. That is mainly their work, not my work. They are the owner, and that is the Indian knowledge system where owner is all. It's a group work, teamwork.
So I have two questions.
Yes.
One is I want to know that as part of your PhD work, did you document all the bell metal crafts and products that we have in Bengal? Have you done that?
I limit
Like you
myself
took
in
names of-
district of Birbhum only. Maybe if I have chance, I will document. Let's see if we can. We will go for deeper and deeper, more deeper. Now it is restricted in Birbhum district only. But if we try to travel Darjeeling to Mandarmani or Digha, it can be. But we have several sources, because in upper hill area, those have Buddhist influence, as well as the technique is different from here. And in Khagara, that is the oldest brass bell metal, what is a hub, you can say, and all connected with boat tradition. Like in Jayadevpal temple also, you can find some boat are there, because it's very nearby Ajay river. From there to Udharanpur to Khagara, Murshidabad and Kolkata is co-related, all are connected. And there are several different layers. Like in Islamic culture, they have used brass and bell metal, not like us. Their design is different. Our design is a little different. And tribals who use brass and bell metal, their design also different. So there are several different layers. I enjoy. I think with my guide, we'll explore a little more.
Thank you.
Document these different techniques that are practiced in different places. If there is no such document,
No, not documented.
there is a provision to get funding for such things from the Indian National Science Academy. The Indian National Science Academy supports certain projects. So every year they are announcing. So you should be able to explore that. So by the end of this year, also some announcement will come.
Okay, I will.
So this is something which can be done.
But this is needed. Really, it is needed, because this whole brass and bell metal is not considered as a craft only. The craft is only dokra and katha stitch and those things. These are not ironwork is not considered a craft. Nowadays also all over India, every village have a blacksmith. They have excellent quality of work. I have a boti, which is a knife. that is like a Moirpunki. For making that knife, that craftsman spent 7 days.
That's why I'm saying, so these are things which can be explored. There is very division. You have said.
Obviously, I will keep in touch with you. I will.
Okay. Mr. Ghosh, just I wanted to see go further. There are only two steps I would make observation. First is that we have to improvise the work which is being done by the artisans in the villages, so that it becomes more, art oriented, more valuable, and more beautiful to be sellable. And second thing is that we have to concentrate on marketing aspect also. Although we are studying it as from architectural point of view, from the art and craft point of view, but how to support the artisans is also very important, because I have been working in abroad in many countries. There is a huge demand. People are after Indian art and craft, but the only thing is they don't get the linkages and they don't get to the artisans. So as you also said that someone said before you that there are Mahajans in between who took
Yes,
away,
is Mahajan.
take
Mahajan.
away
In
all
brass and
the
bell
benefits.
metal, it is totally Mahajans.
So your next part of study, I would suggest that there should be two, Professor Joyce and maybe may coordinate from IIT or maybe your Vishwa Bharati. Two aspects. One is improvising, reaching out to the artisans, which you are doing, and the next is improvisation of their work, and the third part is how to market it. So if these three things are linked, only then our artisans and our craft will survive further, and it will go further, which is now vanishing.
Yes,
so
yes.
that is my my observation.
But it's very small time, sir. If in future if, I have opportunity, I will show you the galaxy of brass and bell metal of Bengal. There are several different designs. I found one small butterfly made of brass that is used as a token for marriage for both the sides. Girls, family, they write their Janam Patri there, and boys, they write Janam Patri there. They exchange this one. Because what I feel, craft is a utilitarian thing. If use is not there, craft cannot survive with wall. It is impossible. In world, it is impossible to survive craft without using. If you, me, or our coming generation are not interested about craft and not using those for daily life, it's difficult. It is really difficult.
Yeah, I think, adding to Sir's, what Sir was saying, I just wanted to, Sir, what you have mentioned is the prime focus of Professor Ashish's work, the design innovation and economic sustainability. How can we bridge the gap between the market and the artisans, and the design innovations in which we are working on actually. Yeah.
You finished.
So I am from south of India. I used to work in Chennai. And in Chennai, so you are saying that bell metal, the work is not even considered as craft. There we have
In my state.
So in Chennai, you have what is called as kain, which is made up of, which is a rope. I'm sure it must be made here as well. It's obviously not considered as a craft, but it is a very utilitarian, useful thing. So what we did is part of it, created an Amazon line in the marketplace. And this was before the government of India has now started working on that. By now.
Good.
At
Good
that
idea.
time, there were no mobiles also in the villages. So not just bell metal and all, even curry, which is that rope, it must have seen in the wells.
Yeah.
So there are people in the villages who make that. There are several people who make that. What's called it? I don't know what that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not called as craft. Nobody will do
Yeah.
that. Fine, but it's the skill of that person and brings livelihood. Also brings life. When you spend foraging for honey, there are lots of tribals in the
Yeah.
area. Forage for honey. And there are different kinds of honey. You know that the honey which is from pollinated from the flowers of the tamarind.
Different.
Yes.
Modi fuller Modu, we have famous honey.
So honey and different kinds of honey. So if you are working on that, going on this, there is a government that has already started developing that. I was in the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, if I'm not wrong. So you can check with them, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So my suggestion was not to take it from the top, because he was mentioning about the craft per se, but the point arises how to sustain it.
Yes.
Because it's survival. So there comes the market and the provision. So it is interlinked. That is why I said your text should also have these aspects also.
Yes. And I am lucky that I received this platform. Thanks everyone. You have seen my work and you appreciate and give me the feedback. In future, hope we will work.
One just last thing.
I also have to say.
I know that in Sanskrit Veda Upanishad, for sculpture, we have some measurement, we have some sloka, like talking about how you make a stone sculpture. What is my interest in my country, in my state, in my India? If one artisan making one bamboo basket for a week or for a month, why that is not a special product for my country? Because we always think of Picasso or the other famous artists. Because in art colleges we have taught about bronze casting. In which way British did, not in my way. Chola bronze is not bronze. Obviously, Chola is bronze. Chola bronze is more stronger than European bronze casting because we have so many delicate things, two legs, those different natarajas, all are casted in single piece or 2 or 3 piece. And so nowadays also is 2022, they are doing bronze, they melt bronze with clay pot only. That is also knowledge, that is not forgotten knowledge.
Sir, after you.
Yeah, so I just wanted, it was an excellent, brilliant presentation, and it's really good to see the kind of work you're doing. We have been working with crafts for a long time. In fact, I wanted to, convey 2-3 points. One was on documentation. We've done, like in Rajasthan, for the stone crafts, we interviewed around 100 craftspeople and created a stone craft directory and guide and a manual of all the elements. It took us 4 years. I know, it's a very rigorous work, through your PhD. But what happens is once it's documented, it is also a document that can be sold. Architects can use this directory directly to contact the craftsperson. So that is one way to promote it, and it is usually funded by the state. We did another one for Jaipur. It has 36 karkhanas, like historically, 36 crafts. Of course, there are only around 11 or 12 surviving now, but it was put on the UNESCO Creative City of Crafts and Folk Arts. So it's a recognition your city or village can get and we got it for Jaipur and Srinagar, city, UNESCO Creative City of Crafts and Pokats. And it actually uplifts the craftspeople, because they get a global recognition. There are exchange programs with them. So I think in your case, the village would be a very good example. In fact, Jandiala Guru, which is in Punjab, which is a brass crafts village, is on the ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage list of UNESCO. And they got this, chance. So, and in Jaipur, we have a Thatero ka rasta. They are called Thateras in North India. So those are again brass crafts people. What we've done is to promote accessibility. We take heritage walks through that. So people going on the walk actually buy directly from the crafts people. So, to give direct access, it's good to promote those areas, link those villages, and, take people there to buy directly. So just a few points.
In this point of, I want to say it's my observation. Very nearby Birbhum district, we have a district, Bakura. There, Mukutmanipur is very nearby. Near about 15 villages, they work with Kasa and Pitor. Bikrampur is the main center. So they normally produce balls for tribals, for harya, drinking harya. But that market is decreasing. On that point of time, like 3-4 years before, they have one, you can say few NGOs trained them to make singing ball for Buddhist country. So nowadays, each after 7 days, one truck of Buddhist ball are transported from there. But unfortunately, all the previous design are disappeared. Nothing is there. All are making only that ball. So there is very problematic. If you highlight these things, this will vanish. If you try to sustain, there is very, and government is not supporting, that is also another problem.
I want to tell something. I've been waiting for this. I was working in an organization called Drishti, and that works across 10,000 villages in India. What they do precisely, I'm going to link you up with them. They go to the remote villages, they identify the population that has a particular skill set, and then they make arrangements to standardize whatever is being produced, like you were saying, the quality. Then they create the market, and then whatever is created by those local artisans, that is given the platform also. I was working in the remote villages of Bihar on this project of livelihood. And we have a Drishti presence in West Bengal also. So what I'll do is I'll connect Satyan Mishra ji with you. And I have a feeling that there will be a lot of opportunities that will be created because they're doing excellent work. He's got many awards and he's been working for 23 years only on livelihood. I have seen it with my own eyes. I was a part of that project. So I'll link you up with him. So at least you go back with a solution. Thank you.
Sir, if they have any chances to help your craftsmen, please inform Joy sir or any. Yes.
So you have two formations. You have Drona formations,
Yeah.
Shikari,
Yeah.
and you have Drishti formations. So this is Richard.
Okay.
These are going to benefit.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Team Vishwa Bharati, for initiating us.
So you have a choice. It's a binary. It's a complex number.
Thank you everyone for your wonderful lectures and the panel discussion. I would request Professor Joy Sen sir to felicitate our speakers today.
I think I should call Chani and Ramji to come here and give it to them, and also Michael.
We'll start with
They'll really enjoy getting it.
Dr. Prabir Chaudhary. He is the head of Shilpa Sadan, Vishwa Bharati University. Followed by Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya, and Professor Shantanu Kumar Jaina and Ashish sir. Dr. Tanima Bhattacharya. Ashish sir. Professor Shantanu Kumar Jaina. And also Professor Sumitabha Paul, who has arranged some exhibition outside. Professor Sumitabha Paul. Thank you.
So today it really looked like a conference. Yeah, I mean, everyone has forgotten the dinner and everyone is about to become an artisan or a stone cutter or an embosser or some kind of, and wonderful discussion, you know. It started with Michael, went to Ramji, came back to Michael, and then it went all across the room, you know. And I think very interesting, and this is the magic of Tagore. And Tagore is just not a person, he is India personified. And through him, I think we have touched upon the common man, the village man, the little man, the small man, and the neglected man, the outlier man, the cornered man in our society. It's beautiful. I think let us give a big hand to this group once more. So the voice of at least three people in this country, Gandhiji, Rabindranath, and Madan Mohan Malviya ji, the three people, they have really echoed this evening, you know. That's what they stood for in this country. Thank you so much. So we should head for dinner, you know, and whatever craft yerk they have in the, but tomorrow we are meeting here at 9. Yeah, the session is at 9 because it's a pretty long session and we have water, design and environment. Yeah, and there's a lot to listen tomorrow. And Mansi has already arrived in the guest house, so she's waiting for you. Yeah. Partho.